bang.
It's sour.
What the fuck?
It's sour. It's sour. It's sour. It's sour.
What the fuck?
It's sour. It's sour. It's sour.
This needs to stop.
What the fuck? What's going on?
Panic, fear, panic, panic, fear, panic, fear, panic.
What the fuck? What's going on?
Panic, fear, panic, panic, fear, panic, fear, panic.
What the fuck?
Okay,
What's
okay.
going on?
Panic, fear, panic, panic, fear, panic, fear, panic.
What the fuck? What's going on?
Panic,
Going on?
It has to stop.
Life is not going back to the way that it was before.
What the fuck?
Life is not going back to the way that it was before. Back to the way that it was before. Back to the way that it was before.
What the fuck? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
panic, fear.
How dare you?
Is it me or did the title screen just completely freeze right there? Oh boy. Well, that's a good sign, isn't it? Okay. Hey, how you doing? What's going on? What it is? And hello, hello, and hello. Here for another edition of What the Fuck live stream. Already I'm saying what the fuck? This shit ain't working. It's a conspiracy. I know it. Started with Trump getting shot and everything just gone right out the window after that. Or is it the same old shit? Pretty much, yeah. Like that changed anything. Let's see. Well, let me try a new mic setup tonight. Well, I can guarantee it's going to be better than mine. Oh, I'm seeing your story there. I don't even want to. I'm not even going to go there. I don't want to talk one thing about that stupid the RNC or the people involved in it. We'll pick bits and pieces out of that. But yeah, I don't like any of those three people that you mentioned there, so I'm not even going to bring it up. But it is a good story. But all three of those people need to go fuck themselves. Okay, but before we do all of that, before we get into the nitty-gritty, let's say hello to the fine people in the chat, shall we? I think we shall, starting with Skeleton. Hello is the first one, usually the last out. Vanessa Kitty, cooking up something good, I am sure. My homie Cool Dog, what is up? Don't worry, my friend, I do not have any bukkake glasses lined up this week at all. As a matter of fact, I have very little lined up. I think it's all going to be off the cuff here, and it's just going to be you guys and me here. And I don't have a lot else to go on here, other than a couple of stories to read to you. Strippers, where are the strippers? We got strippers here. Oh, Kelly Ford. Yes. Well, you are our stripper here because I don't see any other. You have Vanessa Kitty, I guess. You can flip a coin. See who's taking it off first. All right. I think Vanessa Kitty said, "Don't throw me into that mix." Coop, what's up? Nice to see you. Hey, listen, if you want to get the lowdown on everything going on with the nonsense, watch Coops and watch his live streams of various political events, the RNC, fucking congressional hearings, all that kind of shit. He will cover it correctly. Don't bother with fucking CNN or any of that crap. Forget it. Turn the news off. Turn it off. We got you covered around here. Fuck those people. Let's see. What else is in here? Scrolling down. Bingus. Always a pleasure. And of course, Ike is patiently waiting. What am I watching? Phil being about 10 minutes late. I put in for a later time and still couldn't make it. By the way, I'll tell you one of the reasons that it got held up a little bit. I will tell you in a sec. Just run down the rest of the chat here. Let's see. Gary Cornett, what's going on? That is a funny ass av right there. I'll tell you what. We need to bring funny ass avs back. People have too much bullshit going on. Polska Bob, what's up? Bob, get out of my room, Bob. I am waiting. I cannot wait until the cage match in Bob's room. That is going to be the shit. All right. Just bring some painkillers or beers whenever you come to my stream. Hey, why not both? Why not mix things that shouldn't be mixed? Go ahead, kids. Drink that crap under the sink. Who cares? I'm just kidding. YouTube algorithm. Go fuck yourself. There you go. Say my name. I said your name, Callie, and I'll say it in before you go to the corner. Go to the corner. If I have to say it again, go to the corner. There you go. Go to the corner. Get out of my room match. I'll tell you what, that is going to be one for the ages right there. I cannot wait to get high as fuck and then watch that. That would be a fun afternoon and or evening. All right. Okay. Maybe just griping about dumb little shit would be a fun thing to do today, right? Because we're all tired of the Donald Trump saga, right? No matter what you think of that whole thing, and it was a bunch of bullshit as expected. And of course, the funny thing is the lefties melting down and where? Why is he still alive? Where? Yeah, you motherfuckers. Let me tell you something. If he perished, you would be even more miserable because now you don't have the boogeyman to blame everything on anymore. That would be the worst thing. That would be the worst outcome for you. All these pundits, all these dickheads on the mainstream media would have nothing to do if Trump was gone. Okay, he fucking thankful he's still around. Thank fucking God, right? You motherfucker should be thanking whatever Satan you fucking pray to and thank him immediately. Strong woman. Hey, Megan, I'm glad you're here for any time. It's okay. It doesn't matter if it's 10 minutes or an hour. Hey, you came into the game streams too, so I'm even when I don't even schedule them, you show up. So you use good peeps. I appreciate you. I'm very Jay's very with you. Irate with YouTube on my phone. I'm irate with YouTube pretty much everywhere. Yeah, on the phone it actually runs better than everywhere else. You'll figure. I think they need to pay a little more attention to their desktop users. That would be very nice of them to do that. And you still haven't found what you're looking for. And I'm very sorry for that U2 reference. I hate U2, by the way. But that sometimes those damn songs, if you hear them enough on the 80s station, you fucking, you know what I'm saying? The assassin had bukkake glass. Oh, yeah, if you believe that's who the assassin was, which I don't. Okay, another scrawny white guy with 3 names. We did that already with Kennedy. Okay, are we really going that direction again? Are we really? And his last name was Crook. Really, you can't make up something better than that. I don't believe that for a fucking minute. I believe nothing. The mainstream media tells me. Zero. And I wish our side would stop getting our news from that side over there. Or that side actually would be appropriate because camera left. All right. 20-year-old kid playing too much COD. Yeah, pretty much, right? AR-15, right? The only gun they seem to know. Well, here's old Joe. Here's one video I do hang up. Joe, well, boy, Joe made sure a speed recovery for all that napping he did during the other products. He went to the NAACP to pander his ass off, and they really doped him up for this one. And of course, here we go. He's going to blame the usual shit that he always does. And you could barely hear him because he speaks so goddamn softly. Although he was screaming at this one, but the audio at these things is always so terrible, which is probably not a bad thing now you think of it. Like, do you really want to hear old man yelling at the clouds again? No, not really. All right. So, okay. So he's at the NAACP, and of course he knows why gun violence is so bad because of guns.
And you peacefully protested George Floyd's murder. Donald Trump called for the National Guard.
He's calling the George Floyd protest peaceful. He's still running that rhetoric that CNN ran while there's fires burning behind the reporter. He's still running that line. You stupid fucking old man. God damn it. God. Yeah. I'm sure every gangbanger, every fucking crack dealer, every hood who pops somebody in the hood is rocking an AR-15. That AR-15 is a buzzword. AR-15 is just the boogeyman buzzword when everyone want to talk about banning guns. Or what did I tell you they would do? What did I tell you? As soon as all the phony Democrats said, we send our best condolences and our best wishes and prayers to Donald Trump and his family, you knew that was a load of shit. That was just to get people off their ass for a second because they know everybody's had it up to here with all the Nazi rhetoric and all the other horse shit they've been doing, telling all their supporters they're fucking his supporters are all terrorists and shit. People are on to you now. And when they do the next day, they went right back to the where Trump. They are phony. They are fucking disingenuous. Every goddamn one of them. Every fucking one of them. Don't listen to every one of them is full of shit. Every fucking one of them. Hey, somebody else popped in here that just went under the radar. I think Rocket Blast is in here. There you are, Rocket Blast. What's up, buddy? Rocket Blast is trying to knock out Mario Galaxy 2. I think he's beating the main campaign. Now you got to get all those comet stars and complete the first half of the game. Then you got to go to the green stars, and that's something I got to finish. And I'll try to do it on a stream one of these days. Actually, finish the green stars and get the perfect run star. Holy shit, that ain't going to happen in a million years. Barely happened. Yeah, I know. That's fine. He was screaming at the top of the level, but sometimes those clips don't transfer very well. Good. He was old man yelling at cloud, and he was telling black people, oh, the scary white man with the AR-15 is out to get you, and that kind of shit. Same shit they always fucking do. Mexico. What's up, Wishbone? Wishbone from Reno. What's going on? What's going on in our town? Our town. Alrighty, daddy. Yeah, I know. It's again, we're not going to see. The media has already showed you what they want you to see in here. And if you think I'm going to watch 1 second of that RNC convention, hell the fuck no, because then you also have all the MSNBC and CNN folks there. I'll go, where, every fucking thing they say. So who wants to see that? Fuck you. The audio sucked. Yeah, the audio sucked, and the content of it also sucked, probably more than the quality of it. You ain't missing much. You know what? I'm going to take that old fuck right off of the queue there. Get the fuck out of here, you old codger, you fake, you phony. Jay, yep. I've got that. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit here. I did catch that, of course. You know, that's another thing. I also love the hypocrisy here that the leftists are all saying, oh, look, see, they want to cancel people for saying Trump should have been killed. Because all these leftists get online and blabbed on themselves like total idiots, saying that too bad the guy missed. Too bad he's not dead. You heard it. You've seen it. You know, and they use the same blue hairs that whine about all the dumb shit in their cars also whine about that. And they're starting to finally get some consequences. They finally started to fuck around and find out. The find out part is finally hitting them. Some of them got fired. And by the way, Libs of TikTok, God bless her, she's pointing out people, especially in people that work in the public school system, teachers that have gone online and said, I wish that he didn't miss. Those teachers are getting fucking fired. Good. That is not cancel culture. All right. Cancel culture was you assholes trying to ban us for saying question the jabs, question the bullfuck virus, question the lockdowns, and get us fired for that. That was cancel culture. Cancel culture is going after a comedian for saying something you didn't like. That's cancel culture. Okay. For coming out and saying that you wish a president had been killed, and then finding out that your job may not want you to be representing them and saying that at the same time, that is not cancel culture. That is just common fucking sense. All right. And good. It's finally coming back to bite you assholes in the fucking ass. And speaking of biting people in the ass, and I'm not saying he partakes in this activity, but he just might. Say hello to our friend Ike. What's up, buddy?
I can neither confirm nor deny those allegations.
Yes. As Bacon would say, the answer is yes. All right. Yep. Did anybody say good morning, black folk? I don't think our girl Sunflowers. I think Sunflowers has shied away from the channel again. Every time we do something she doesn't like, you don't see her for a while. Even though we really didn't do anything, I don't know what she possibly couldn't like about last week's show. I don't know. I thought that was a lot of people. A lot of people seem to like that one. I had a lot of fun roasting the really large woman in the swimming pool there. That's we need. If we can find some more of that for next week, we will do it indeed. I did not have to say it. Yeah, again, and all those Democratic politicians, all of them say we should not condone this. All these are all the same motherfuckers. They all wished the same fucking thing, and they all wished violence during the George Floyd days. They all wanted more unrest, more civil unrest, more riots, more public disturbance. They want to hassle, Republicans in the diners and shit. They fucking all of them have said it, and now those are all the same ones. As soon as that shit happened, like not even a second later, it's like they had them ready. It's almost like this was all fucking planned or something. Gee, I wonder. I can't imagine that would be fucking happening, would it? Yeah. Yep. And I remember, and Outlaw was on here talking about Destiny, the YouTuber, who's a guy I've never heard of, but apparently he's a big time WAN Trumper, and join the fucking club. There's a zillion of them. I've never
He
even
was
heard of
on
this
that,
guy, but I was watching Outlaws coverage. I was like, oh, that guy looks and sounds like a scumbag. So and
he
again,
was on
join
that
the
Piers
long
Morgan.
line.
He was
Oh,
on
he
that
was?
Piers Morgan panel that I said that I
Oh,
that
God,
Alex
yeah,
interrupted
yeah,
that you didn't want to talk about.
I don't care. Piers Morgan is a douche.
Yeah, yep. Destiny got banned from
Alex
Kick.
Stein, while I like the disturbance he does, he also rubs me the wrong way. I don't know what it is.
He's just so cringe.
Yeah,
I don't like
all
how
of this
cringe he
and
is.
and Cheg from the Young Turks. Yeah, these are all people that I can't stand. So I don't want to give them any more shine and get a copyright strike on top of it. So if I can,
Sink Uger.
Because Piers Morgan, first of all, as much Piers Morgan is like fucking Bill Maher. It's like he's been fucking a complete pain in the ass all these years. Piers Morgan was a big get the jabs guy. I remember that for sure. And Bill Maher's all wham Trump. And then all of a sudden, these guys see their ratings fucking slip, and they say, "Oh shit, maybe go woke go broke maybe has some meaning to it." And they decide to like come out after wokeness. A little too fucking late.
100%.
Yeah, and fucking Young Turks are talking about this is a disaster. It's like you guys have been shilling for this motherfucker for years, and you're just noticing this but they noticing it now. All those are cheap fakes. We've all been everything we've been told.
God, I hate that.
Yeah, obviously it's not, because we've been seeing this for a long fucking time. Because thankfully we go outside of the mainstream media to see the real shit. Everybody's got the receipts. Somebody's got the receipts.
We all watched that debate the other night, and it was on full display. They couldn't fake it.
Yeah, they couldn't hide that. They couldn't do a quick, nice little edit of him not saying all the stupid shit he said, which would make it about a 30-second video. They could not hide that. That was a huge blow to the establishment, and they have been trying to recover ever since. And just before that, speaking of Jack Black, remember I was talking about a couple of weeks ago where Jack Black came out here to L.A. with a bunch of other Hollywood dopes, with like George Clooney, the same George Clooney 2 weeks later after the debate said, "Oh, Jesus Christ, he better resign. Again, trying to protect his own brand. And Julia Roberts and the usual Hollywood bunch of fuck showed up at the Joe Biden rally. And Jack Black was also paid to be there.
You showed that. Didn't you show that on your channel?
I did show that. I showed Jack Black, yeah, man, Joe Biden rocks. Yeah. It's like, dude, you fucking suck. You're cringe. Stop it. Stop it right now. Well, he's going to stop it in a minute, and I will say why.
The whole thing about cancel culture, I hate cancel culture. However, you built this bed, and you're going to fucking lay in it, and I'm going to sit back and laugh, fucking asshole.
These motherfuckers have wanted anybody who dare disagree with them at all, they wanted them canceled, even if they were spitting facts. Again, coming down to the jabs and the virus and everything, many people were canceled unjustly for that, and still have not come back from it, and have lost their jobs and lost their livelihood.
The other thing about cancel culture, and the stuff that they were digging up was stuff from like 5-6 years ago, and the stuff that they said was literally 3 days ago.
Yeah, every year in Southern California, they some coalition of libtards gets together to change the name of John Wayne Airport in Orange County. Because where John Wayne racist? Where he's been dead for a zillion years. Get over it. By the way, every year the airport says "fuck you." We're not changing the name. Thankfully, it's in Orange County, where it's not as crazy as the rest of the state.
That needs to stay where it's at.
Mm-hmm.
Just like all the schools in Portland, they were changing names of schools that were quote insensitive names of presidents.
Right. You fuckers weren't happy with it. We changed the name. We got rid of anything that sounded ethnic out of our sports teams, out of the stadium names, out of our food, the names of foods, Uncle Ben's, fucking Land O'Lakes, all that shit. All that's gone. They changed the names of fucking teams. They've gotten rid of statues and put up fucking George Floyd shit all over the fucking place. And none of this is an accident. This is the billionaire establishment paid for all of that, paid for all these zombies protesting everything, like the ones that protested the RNC with the Palestinian flag still in hand. Still got those props left over.
Man, I don't know why I thought about this, but there was I think I read this somewhere, but there was a black criminal that gets shot. They burn cities down. A Republican president gets shot. We have a rally for him.
Yeah, well, what I suggested will probably happen, and which way they will make happen, because this is the kind of sick people they are. next Biden event, which probably be the DNC because nobody wants to see him anywhere.
Yeah.
There'll be an angry shooter, a Trumper with a red hat on, just like right out of the Jussie Smollett story. We'll be ready for him. You know, it's like, no, that's not how that's not how any of this works.
Patriot Front might show up to that too, and we all know that they're all just feds.
Yeah. And somebody might argue, you know, everybody involved in that whole thing on Trump Day was a Fed, including the guy on the roof. You know?
Well, so there's a lot of stuff that came out today about that. Did you hear about the slanted roof theory?
Yes. Slant. Excuse me.
So yeah, the what is it? The head
Don't
of
say
the
slant.
Secret
Don't say
Service?
slant. Ting Ting might want to cancel us here. Ting Ting would never do that. Ting Ting has a sense of humor and is one of us. Thank God. Ting Ting is good.
Yes, thank God. Carrot.
Carrot. Yeah, well, carrot was Sunflower's thing.
That was Sunflower that did that.
She started that whole thing, and then ran with her tail between her legs, as she often does.
And then I had to stop using this text to speech bot.
Yep. Oh yeah, big time
That was
false
all her
flag.
fault.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that right before the RNC too. Yeah, the timing of that was all very suspect, of course, as it always is.
The thing,
but no, it's a loner white guy with 3 names, as it always seems to be all the time, right?
And they can't get into his phone either. The thing I heard was that they knew about him for like 26 minutes.
Mm-hmm. It's horseshit. Although I did like the various shots of the overqualified women of the Secret Service there ducking and cowering.
Jeez.
And then showing the lady in charge. We need to hire 30% more women. Well, there you go. Have fun with that.
Somebody reported that they saw her either somewhere at like the RNC or something, and she didn't have a single woman on her detail of Secret Service agents.
Yep, good.
And they also did the same with Trump when he came in yesterday. There wasn't a single woman on his detail when he was coming into the arena.
Yeah. Again, all of this, we're never going to get the truth. At least, if you stay out of the mainstream media, you will we'll get as much bullshit. But there's a lot of people that do not want to let you know what really happened there. Although you can pretty much smell a rat, as is usually the case.
I was going down a Twitter rabbit hole where there was a theory about a second shooter.
Well, I mean, or as the libs would say, well, I wish they had better aim. Yeah, take that, Trump. Yeah, where? Yeah, you're all getting fired now, you fucking morons. Good, go fuck yourself. The manifesto. Yeah, where's the old manifesto? They'll find that tomorrow, right? The manifesto. They always write some big 500-page manifesto apparently before they kill people.
They can't get into his phone, and they already
they
know
can't just show up to kill people. They have to write a big diary, a big fucking Encyclopedia Britannica fucking sized manifesto, right? Just overnight. Okay, sure.
Even if he did have one, some stupid dumbass liberal judge is going to prevent it from being released.
Yep.
Just like the shooter in Nashville.
Are you trying to bust the narrative? Well, we can't have that because we will protect the narrative above all. Narrative over all, including your life.
Yeah, I don't believe the second shooter one either because everybody was saying
we're all
water tower.
We're all just going back to JFK again. We're just going back to JFK again. Jesus fucking Christ. It's not even the same thing. Not even close.
Yeah. The same people that are saying water towers try to show a diagram of where the other shooter would come from. And I compare it to the map and it's nowhere near where the fucking water tower is because they cropped the water tower out because they know it can't be the water tower.
James's sister is way scarier than James. Well, goddamn. Why is that? Maybe we don't
information that was offered that we didn't ask for.
I didn't ask for it, but this is the day and age of just telling you stuff you didn't ask for. So as long as it's out there, you might as well tell us a little bit about that story right there.
Also, for anybody interested, I don't know if anybody here is. I've got the stickers. They're going out tomorrow.
Kick ass.
It's got information on there, so I'm not showing them.
Of course. He did 8 shots. It was all over the place. I mean, he slammed 8 shots. He didn't pop off 8 shots, or did he? I don't know.
Well, it sounds like it was 3, and then there was a barrage of like 4 or 5 after that.
Apparently, that chick that sang the national anthem last night was hammered off her ass, and she checked into.
Yeah, I read that. You should play that video. People will love it.
Yeah, and fucking, I didn't even think of it. If I play it now, it's gonna the video's gonna be laggy as all fuck. I didn't even think of that shit. I mean, look, nobody sings the national anthem very well, especially if it's some last minute. And I've never even heard of this chick anyway. Some country singer who probably took Taylor Swift's place on the country charts. Now that Taylor Swift's moved on to the pop world. I don't know.
It's even funnier when it shows her name in the video. I don't know if you noticed it. It says 2-time Grammy Award.
Right. But, I mean, by the way, winning a Grammy nowadays is not a prestigious award. I mean, the Grammys, we see what a shit show the Grammys have been in the last 30 years or so. Oh, yeah. They'll AI. They will totally AI the manifesto. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then CNN is like, exclusive CNN. We have the manifesto. Yeah, bullshit.
Phil, in The Simpsons, Homer wins the Grammy, he throws it off the thing. Oh, an award. Oh, it's just a Grammy. He throws it back up at Homer.
Yes. Or even better on South Park during the more crap episode when Randy's trying to take the biggest crap, and it found out that Bono from U2 holds the record because he is the biggest crap. And meanwhile at the end, actually no, it was the Oscars. It was the Oscar. It was the Oscars they were making fun of or it was either Oscars or the Emmy. It was something they get snubbed for. And they keep showing the Emmy for your Emmy consideration. They keep showing it at the bottom of the screen, and right at the end, somebody picks up the award and puts it in the pile of shit right at the end of the show. I can't remember if it was the Oscar or the Emmy that they did that too, though. Could have been the Grammy too. Any one of them belong in a pile of shit, as they are. Fergie, did Fergie sing the national anthem? I don't remember.
No, Fergie did a really bad one, but the most notoriously bad one was Roseanne Barr.
Roseanne, yeah. Yeah, Roseanne. Did she have to check into rehab after that? Or
she's, fuck it, I don't care.
I think she was doing it bad on purpose. If you want, I can play the audio.
That's okay. No.
Okay.
we get
not from Roseanne, but from the other one.
Yeah, no, yeah, we get it. I'm not. Usually I mute the TV when it's on anyway, so it's like I don't want to hear I don't want to hear whoever's singing. It's like, you know what? Look, God bless America and everything, but do we need this before every fucking game? No, we don't. If they're trying to make baseball quicker, that would be one way to do it. Knock the national anthem off from the beginning. Play the 7-inning stretch.
Two things. There was I think it was a Simpsons episode. It's like, due to popular demand, we were going to forego the national anthem. They actually tried to do that at like a minor league, like a middle school or high school baseball game, and the audience just started singing the national anthem instead.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's like, you know what, but if you want to speed the game up, there's things you could do to cut. You don't need it every fucking game. And it's certainly not. It was before the home run derby. It wasn't even before the actual All-Star game, which was today. It was before the stupid home run derby. Who cares? You know? So of course, although they could be doing this on purpose, the libtards, the media fucks. They get some really bad singer. Somebody know they're gonna fuck up the national anthem, so piss the conservatives off. That might be one way to look at it. It's like, this chick can't sing, and we'll make sure we get her nice and toasty before she gets out there. So that could be
maybe she. I think she just did that because she was nervous.
Yeah, but that's something I don't get outraged about. It's like, you know what? Okay, I'm not. I didn't watch the fucking thing anyway, so I'm not gonna particularly outrage about somebody being drunk and singing national. I mean, that could be funny. I like seeing drunks trying to sing. I mean, Bob does it all the fucking time. So.
Yeah,
he tries to play guitar and then can't figure out how to tune it, and then walks away and leaves the stream running. That also.
Oh, yeah. Then everybody calls me and tell me Bob's dead. I'm like, what?
Bob, yeah. Everybody knows. Everybody, you gotta know. How do you not know? How do you not know by now? Bob's not dead. He just left the room. It happens all the fucking time.
That was a fun morning. I got like 3 phone calls.
Yeah, that's funny. It's like I just met Bob. I mean, not personally, but met like recently, and most of you guys around then. And even then I knew it was like, Bob's just drunk, man. He fucking went to sleep and he left the camera running. And it happens. It happens often. Don't worry about it. He's so not fucking dead. It's not like Bob can't handle his liquor. I mean, like, Bob is liquor. Okay. Fucking Bob is a walking bottle. We all know you can't wait till Dory sings. Well, only one thing I got to ask, Bacon. Who the fuck is Dory? No idea who that is.
Yeah, who the fuck is Dory? And LeBron James' dad died today.
Oh, okay.
Jellybean, whatever the fuck his name is.
Like, I'm not like just another excuse for more LeBron James news. All right. Well, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. Sorry, LeBron. It doesn't give you an excuse to be a flopping asshole for next 2 seasons, or we're stuck with you. You and your son on the Lakers now. Like I already didn't want to watch the Lakers in the first place. Now I got this goddamn son on there with him. Great. Unless he sucks so bad in the summer league, they don't call him up, which could happen. From what I'm hearing, it's not looking very good. He learned from the best. Chip off the old block, old Bronny James. Taught him to flop just like me.
I don't follow basketball.
I don't either. I used to be a huge basketball fan. I know enough that I mainly because of LeBron James. He sucks, and he's pushed up the league pretty much by himself. I mean, his flopping and his wokeness, and and then the whole league fell in the line after that. It's like, I'm done with you assholes. I used to go to Laker games all the fucking time before I got into hockey. Now I'm into hockey, and I said fuck basketball.
Hockey's I'm starting
until you get the pussies out of the league, which LeBron James is the biggest one. You get those sandy vaginas out of the league, I might go back to watching basketball again. Till then, no.
Yeah, I used to watch soccer, and then got a sour taste in my mouth from the fucking local team, and their supporter group is fucking pieces of shit. And hockey's it's almost like soccer in a similar way, but it's a lot better. And they actually outlawed a lot of the DEI inclusion bullshit.
Dory doesn't remember Ellen. You mean Ellen DeGeneres Ellen or Ellen Page, the one who changed into a man? Pretty much anybody named Ellen in show business is a weirdo piece of shit in one way or another, and usually a lesbian at least.
Well, that's all Elliot Page is, just a lesbian with extra steps.
Yeah, no, I don't call it Elliot Page. I still call it, I dead name it, and I'm proud of it. Fuck you, if you don't like it. He dead named me. Where? Well, by the way, pronouns are a huge fucking deal. We signed something into law recently. We'll talk about it in a minute. But
California, jeez.
California, yeah, you're not going to out retard California. It's not going to happen. Never going to fucking happen. Oh, by the way, there's one of these Trump tweets I wanted to stick up here real quick.
Oh,
it's a
speaking
doozy.
of retards, there's a name for the shooter. It's Retardy Oswald.
Retardy Oswald. Retardy Oswald. That's pretty good. I like that.
That's what they've been calling him. That's what they've been calling him on Twitter.
Yes. What do you call the second shooter? There definitely was one. All right.
The grassy no.
Yeah. Well, anyway, somebody named Official Sizak. Again, you saw a lot of these tweets up there, and you've been seeing these for the last 7 years. But finally, repercussions are happening. Finally, karma is finally starting to bite these assholes in the ass. I don't know if I can read it out loud without problems. You know what I mean? Maybe I'll just blow the screen up. See if. But you see all the lovely grammar and the capitalization of every word or lack thereof.
There's one that's good.
Look at this guy. Look at this fucking clown. But anyway, here's his official probably talking shit. He him pronouns. Let's go to his profile. Sorry, not this guy.
Oh no! Oh no!
Bye, asshole.
Of course.
They're finally it's starting to happen.
The world is starting to heal.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, it's very, very slow. Too little, too late. I mean, I don't know what took so long for everybody to fucking wake up. But goddamn, hockey has seriously resisted. It has. It's not immune to it. We have a very shitty commissioner. What's his name? Gary Bettman. But it's not as bad. The good thing is a lot of these guys are foreigners. They don't care about this nonsense. When the season's over, they go home to Europe. They go home to Canada, and they have enough problems there as it is. They don't want to hear about our shit. And you don't hear about the off-ice shenanigans I hear as like you do in basketball or football, right? You don't hear about domestic disputes. You don't hear about fucking drug driving a lot of the time. Because, if they do it in fucking, over in fucking Scandinavia, where the fuck they are, we don't want to fucking hear about it. But here we go. Elon Musk, look, this guy, I don't love this guy. I don't hate this guy. He's a weirdo. He has made Twitter a lot more tolerable since he's taken over, mainly for the fact I can actually be on it. But he's also into weird shit. He wants to put chips in your head and all kinds of other weirdness. So who knows where this guy's all over the place. And the funny thing is, his Teslas, all the libtards that hate Elon Musk all drive his cars, because they're saving the planet because it's an electric car. When And I put a short on my channel recently. I was at a Walmart in Burbank, and fairly empty parking lot for Walmart, plenty of spaces, but there was a line of retards going around the corner looking for one of the electric charging spaces because they all had electric cars, and they sat there for fucking what must have been at least an hour and a half. So I went in there and it came out, and the same damn cars were still out there. Nobody's
waiting to charge.
Waiting to charge, and thus not being able to park and get anything done. You know, their plan was they're hoping to park in one of these spaces, go in and shop, come back out, shit would be charged. Well, no, now you gotta wait. All those spaces were full of Teslas because y'all, you know, this is all the Prius people all over again, just now with Teslas, and there was a couple of Leafs in there too. There's a couple actually other cars, all lining up for a charging spot. They could get one. So where go fuck yourselves. And then the idiots made comments on there trying to compare it to the gas lines that we used to, you know, that's not the same fucking thing.
No, it's not at all.
You made a choice to get an electric car, you assholes.
When I went to Vegas, we stopped at a spot that had an electric charging parking lot, and it was literally a small, like medium-sized parking lot, the size of one that would be at like just like a general grocery store or something, like a smaller grocery store. Not a single one of those fuckers was being used.
Yeah, it's like the handicap spots. It's like, God damn it, you know, because the globalists and assholes, they don't want actual people driving or parking anywhere. You know, they that's why they put bike lanes up and taking away traffic lanes. There's a street in the valley. It's Reseda Boulevard. You may remember it from Boogie Nights, perhaps. You probably have seen that movie, but because the valley was the porn hotspot back in the days, you know, especially the West Valley where that is. And they've did this road diet in there where they've put the bike lane right in the curb, and they put all these plastic pylons all the way down the street, and you're supposed to park next to the pylons. Well, okay, now you've made the road narrower, number one, and number two, now the bus, it doesn't have that little pull-in spot anymore. The bus now sits in the right lane and blocks the traffic up when it stops. And number three, now instead of when you're parking, instead of your tire hitting the curb, now your bumper hits one of the pylons if you fuck it up. And number four, more importantly, there's never a fucking bike in the bike lanes. I've never seen fucking one every time I drive on that street.
They're just making people with regular gas cars, making it harder for them to do anything.
But they know that the libtards are following Agenda 2035, the Klaus Schwab fucking diet as close as they possibly can, because we're all evil for driving cars all this time. Meanwhile, they're in fucking the backs of limos everywhere they go. They're in private jets everywhere they go. They have many mansions. They have many they stay in the fanciest fucking hotels. They eat up a lot of gas. They eat up a lot of electricity. So it's time to stop listening to people like that. Okay? Fuck off, all of you. And Elon Musk, who may or may not want to be one of those people, you never really know. He definitely is the richest fucker in the world. But is he as batshit with the agenda as them? I don't know. At least he appears to be on the side of reason at times. Yes. He's not out there saying eat the bugs, turn off the air conditioner, get rid of your gas stoves. He's not saying that shit, at least. Although if he found a way to make a lot more money off it, he probably would. But he's doing just fine with Teslas there and all the libtards he got to buy them. Waiting to charge. Yep. Stacy, what's up, Stacy from Canada? Well, is there? I saw they have a conservative challenger to Trudeau who's been making the rounds, and he's kind of like a younger version of Trump, which is kind of what we need here. We don't need old ass Trump. We need a younger version of Trump. You know what I mean? Somebody who's got his ideas, but not as fucking old and decrepit. Not that Trump is as old as decrepit as Biden. That is a level 10 or higher of decrepit. But give it a couple more years, you know. I don't know.
How do you feel about JD Vance?
It seems like that was a very sudden pick. I was like, who picked that for him? Because JD Vance was a very anti-Trump not that long ago.
He was in 2016.
Yeah. I think he should have picked a black conservative. That would have helped him and helped the party out. You know what I mean? Ben Carson would have been a good pick. Yeah, at least. Jesus Christ. JD Vance.
Yeah.
Then he didn't learn from Mike Pence. It's almost like he didn't pick that himself. It's almost like, hey, we got one for you. This guy. All right.
I did a little bit of research into JD Vance, and he seems like he's a better pick than Mike Pence. Mike Pence literally did nothing.
Yeah. Well, this is what you're supposed to do is nothing. But I'd rather have somebody who does nothing than somebody who never shuts up like Kamala Harris with her dumb ass.
Yeah.
Look at the yellow electric school buses. Somebody got into politics by sucking off a married mayor. You know what I mean? It's never gonna live that down. I miss baseball on the radio. Oh yeah, I mean they still have it, but you're not gonna get a Vin Scully type on. You're gonna get some very estrogen sounding man nowadays. You ever notice all the announcers all have don't have a manly voice anymore like they used to? And not only that, they just straight up just put women in the box now who never shut up and don't know anything about the fucking game. But every game's got one in there now.
We were talking about.
They ruined the hockey playoffs with that shit too. Fucking blabby broads in the fucking broadcast booth. Shut up, you bitches.
You were just talking about Elon Musk a minute ago. He was moving out of California, right?
Yeah, that's a story. I keep getting sidetracked. That's a story I'm going to get to. So,
sorry.
Yeah, I know. I keep going off the rails.
No, it's okay.
As is usual around here.
I just had something I wanted to throw in when you got done with the story.
Okay, Elon Musk. Yeah. So Gavin. Well, let's start with Gavin Newsom first because he's part of the reason. Gavin Newsom, our stupid. Greasy fucking piece of shit governor in California who was a terrible mayor in San Francisco. That led to San Francisco's decline, his time there, and then he moved into the state, and the rest of the state turned into San Francisco. This guy is the if you think of every old used car salesman commercial that you've ever seen, that's Gavin Newsom right there. And now I don't even know if he's in this state anymore because he's been running around the country trying to sell himself as, he's this Grim Reaper type running around, just waiting for Biden to kick off. He thinks he's going to get thrown right into the mix. That's not how it works, first of all. But he's trying to audition maybe for 2028. And all I could just say to the rest of the country is do not, ever, Sunflowers, I'm talking to you, especially if you're fucking watching because you said you were going to do it. Do not vote for fucking Gavin Newsom ever. Anybody else? Anybody else? You know how you fuckers always say vote blue no matter who. I'm saying specifically, do not vote for Newsom. Maybe figure out who to vote for, but not Newsom. Not Gretchen Whitmore if her name happened to pop up. Ooh, Lord Almighty.
Oh, gross.
But this Newsom, I mean, he during the again because he's following the globalist propaganda and the globalist agenda to a T. He was the first one to lock down the state, get masks on everybody. And we got all these crypt keepers as the health directors, especially here in LA County. We have a woman named Barbara Ferrer, whose name I just saw in the news again today, which I'm very sad to see, which means COVID cases are going up again. Oh, gee, really? An election year right after the Trump shooting and all this other shit? Because her name hasn't been mentioned in a long time. And she was the one that kept us masked up longer than anybody else in the country. Not that I'm saying like put on a fucking mask because she said so, but I'm saying she kept those restrictions in place. And Gavin Newsom was all over that. And then Gavin Newsom got caught right in the end of 2020. They're right in the height of all of it. He got caught in some fancy Northern California restaurant with a bunch of his Democratic donors. No mask, no social distancing, all the shit that he told us to do. He was just nosing his thumb at all of us. And then he came out with this disingenuous apology. Well, I have to own up to my actions. He doesn't fucking care. He's a scumbag. And all he's been doing is driving businesses out of California with his terrible legislation, his terrible policies. The $20 minimum wage has really shut a lot of shit down.
Oh, yeah.
If the bullfuck virus didn't already. That and everything is way more expensive than it needs to be. Because, again, these assholes are just trying to price you out. And he's never here. He's either in Washington or somewhere else whining about Texas or Florida or one of the southern states because of abortion or something or other. Something that's got nothing to do with us here. But he's now going to drive SpaceX and X out of California. Two companies that employ a lot of people. Okay. And I already see the libtards. Oh, good. Elon Musk is leaving. Where that evil
That's
Elon
a lot of money.
He's taking a lot of jobs with him, you dipshits.
Mm-hmm. And taxes, like the business taxes from that.
Yeah.
It's like probably millions of dollars just alone.
But Elon Musk is evil for what? Taking over Twitter, letting Trump back on. Where? Hey, if you motherfuckers, hey, freedom of speech is back, because you motherfuckers wanted to ban everybody that didn't go on with the leftist propaganda. Again, speaking of that cancel culture, you now hate all of a sudden, you fucking people. Elon Musk says he's moving his companies out of California. And 2 posts on X today. At least they're calling it X, not formerly known as Twitter. It's like they finally don't have to put that in the parentheses. Like we know it used to be fucking Twitter. You don't have to keep telling us. The billionaire said he will move SpaceX's HQ from Hawthorne to Starbase, Texas. Starbase, Texas. Is that a town he just made up? Or shit?
I think it's one of his facilities he has over there is what the name of it is.
Yeah, he's built in the southern part of the state. X will also move from San Francisco to Austin, so it'll be with more libtards, just in a more red of a state. And he'll probably find out it's probably not going to be much different from California when he gets there. Musk said that the Safety Act, a law Governor Gavin Newsom signed that would prohibit school districts from requiring teachers to inform parents if a child wants to be identified by a different gender. What? Hang on.
Yeah, they just passed that.
Here. Is this something anybody's ever heard of 10 years ago? That would prohibit school districts from requiring teachers to inform parents if a child wants to be identified by a different gender. Has that been a huge problem? Is that what we need to focus on? Gavin neutered. Holy fucking shit! And now he's saying, now he's saying, "Fuck you, parents. You don't have to know a goddamn thing. Your parents can go out and get the procedure. You don't have to fucking know shit."
One of the people that Elon Musk retweeted when he tweeted out about the move
yes.
was. So the state is the parent in California now at Gavin Newsom is what the tweet said. That's essentially what it is.
Caught up with a couple of comments here. Tulsi Gabbard would have been good. There's a lot of people. Yeah. If you got to pick a woman, Tulsi Gabbard would have been a good pick. She's one of the few politicians that is bangable. There's certainly not many, and none of them are on the left. Until the election, I was happy with how Pence percent. Yeah, because he didn't hear about him. You didn't hear about him. He was not. He was not on board with Trump.
Nothing.
But he just shut the hell up, and that's all you have to do. All your job is to do nothing until you have to take over the presidency. Which Kamala Harris could not even get. Kamala Harris couldn't even get that right. She has done anything but be quiet. She never shuts up, and always makes it about herself and her struggle. Yeah.
The only thing the vice president really needs to do is be in pictures, go to events, and be the tie-breaking vote. That's it. That's all their job is. But Kamala has to talk about the things that shouldn't affect the things that will be, whatever the fucking bullshit things she says.
Pence reminds me more of Johnson, the Speaker of the House.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they all suck. I mean, they're politicians.
Well, they're all, yeah.
Hey, Chaos, what's up? What is going on? What are you gonna play tonight? I think our friend Anime is streaming, is playing some game and doing something tonight instead of fapping.
I'm not subscribed to Anime. I need to find him.
Yeah, check him out. He does some good gaming stuff.
Yeah, I've talked to him on Bacon Stream a few times.
Yeah, I got him. He came into mine once, and I got him over to Bacon's, and we can't get rid of him now. He's all over the fucking place.
He shows up, and he got show us your hands.
Oh, Shameless. What's up, Oh, is that true? Was Tulsi anti-2A? Did she do a flip-flop? It's possible. I mean, listen, it's just like people that go from Fox to CNN. They have to change. They give them a different script to read.
During Joe Biden's speech at the NCAA, he specifically said he was gonna take our AR-14s or AR-15s or whatever because of the assassination attempt.
Yeah, sure. I'm surprised he just come out and say, "I'm going to give you." I'm surprised you say, "Hey, here's some more. Do the job right next time." I'm surprised he didn't say that. I watched the whole speech because apparently I like to be miserable. He also said at the end of the speech he doesn't lie. Apparently so. So wait, so he said he doesn't lie, which of course is a lie in and of itself. Even after he said the whole thing about the peaceful protests, and then he also mentioned another lie that I wrote down. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. Oh, there it is. Children didn't. He said the lie about more children die from gun violence. That statistic includes 18 and 19-year-olds, and most of them are from urban centers, and it's due to gang violence and not necessarily just gun crime. Yeah, like I said, because every gangbanger is using an AR-15. These stupid fuck. And what's really sucks is he thinks so little of the black people he's speaking of, but they keep proving him right by clapping. You go. It's like, Don't clap at that. He's fucking lying right in your face. The
Exactly.
Fuck? Tell him to fuck off like we are.
My question to you is, when I say children, what are you thinking? Like between the ages of like 1 to like 8 or 9?
I'm thinking. I mean, legally it's to 18. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
I'm thinking you could think of all the ages of the kids he sniffs. So maybe that could be classified as children.
I've seen the statistic he's talking about. If you look at it, the greater percentage of that statistic is in the 18 to 9, and they even include 19-year-olds in that statistic too. The greater portion of that statistic is in the 18 to 19-year-old brackets. I think he's in the backstage.
Yeah, he is. I'll get him in a second.
Okay.
Let's just get caught up here. No politicians should be trusted. Nope. And no, none of these media cocksuckers either, especially them. They're all kind of the same now.
Fuck the media.
Fuck the media. A lot of them are not very fuckable. I don't know if I'd fuck the media. They used to be. Fucking used to at least have decent looking weather chicks on TV. Now I'm not even sure if they're even chicks anymore. What the fuck's going on?
Yeah. They have to
anyway,
hire the tubby DEI hire.
All right. Well, let's bring up our next guest. He is Destiny's absolutely favorite subscriber. Outlaw, what's up?
Ooh.
What's going on, man?
Not a goddamn much. I don't have the bevy of fat chicks to roll out in front of you this time. So we're just kind of shooting the shit here. And I'm in the middle of the story about Elon Musk moving his business out to Texas because Gavin Newsom passed this ridiculous the Safety Act, where he said would prohibit school districts from requiring teachers to inform parents. So basically, if a parent wants to say, "Hey, I'm some other gender now," the school doesn't have to tell the parents. Meanwhile, how the parents aren't knowing in the first place is another story. But the parents are usually one. When I say parents, it's a single mom or two lesbians or something, or two gay guys. Well, that's the parents we're talking about here. They're probably well on board with it already.
You brought up. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Ella. No, go ahead. I've been in here all this time.
I was just going to say, speaking of Destiny, I mean, I felt like I needed to nail his ass to the wall for them asinine.
I was watching some of that. Yeah, I didn't even know that guy. I've heard of that guy, but I didn't know exactly who he was. I figured he was just another wad Trump or one of the zillion that we have online.
Oh,
so I
he
didn't
really is.
pay much attention.
Outlaw.
Chaos, by the way, you would have my vote in a second.
But it come to find out though. The CEO or the president or whoever it was of was it Lyft or Uber is now wishing that person hadn't missed a shot on Trump.
Oh God!
Yeah, he said
because I'm gonna boycott that company now.
Well, is it Lyft or Uber so I could get rid of the right app off the phone there?
Hold on, let me. I'll send you the.
I usually use Uber, but I have used both.
Outlaw, real quick, did you see Destiny on Pierce Morgan today?
No,
excuse.
Pierce Morgan ripped him a new one because of his stance and what he said about fuck that guy, the firefighter.
I would enjoy that more if it wasn't Piers Morgan, because Piers Morgan he flip flops more than a motherfucker, because he was very pro jab, pro vax, pro lockdown. So I do not like Piers Morgan, and the fact that he's trying to be anti woke now, it's an act, just like Bill Maher doing it.
Look, it's like I pointed out in the live stream last night. Phil, you were there. You already heard me.
Yeah.
People here that wasn't. These people have stewed in their absolute seething and hatred for this man for well over nearly a decade now.
And it's finally starting to catch up with him. Finally.
Yeah. And now it's starting to manifest, taking it up a next level. It's not surprising that people like Destiny feel this way, and people like the guy from Lyft and Uber and Jack Black's guitars. It's not a surprise.
I'll get to that one too. I have that one in the
they
queue.
have bottlenecked their hatred for so long till now the corks come off and they're just it's balls to the wall now.
I found the meme he's talking about. I'll send the link over.
Well, it was a post. I meant to say post.
Well, I've got it here on Twitter. It was the Uber CEO, and this is the tweet for the X. The tweet or the X, and it's and pictures can't be doctored. It's just that's what it is. But this is from July 14th, though. Yeah, that's July 14th.
So that was the day after. That was the day after the shooting. So he's had time to think
Oh,
about it after all his colleagues actually showed the fake heart that they have. Oh, we don't condone this. We send our prayers and wishes to Trump's family. That was all bullshit.
I tried to find an article about it, but there isn't an article, and I don't think Libs of TikTok has picked it up yet. Oh, Libs of TikTok did pick it up. Here's that tweet.
She's pretty quick on that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck, I just had Libs of TikTok up here too.
Did you also hear about Elon Musk is planning on donating $45 million a month to a new Donald Trump super PAC until the election?
Oh boy.
Where?
Why aren't they giving it to the needy and the homeless? Where? That's coming.
Probably.
Why are they giving it to me? I have college debt. Where? I thought Biden was going to take care of that.
That's also something that Biden mentioned in his speech today, was he was going to eliminate college debt. Yeah, buy those boats.
I guarantee you not. I guarantee you not 10% of the people in that room are in fucking college.
And all these college kids are like, yeah, man, motherfucker, yeah. But who's going to eat up the cost? Are them colleges going to roll over and be like, no, yeah, man, that's a lot of money. We're just going to
all these colleges that let those protesters come in and fuck things up. None of those were students. That was the same paid agitators that show up to all these fucking things. Yeah, obviously the colleges are really going to bend over backwards to help you. They're all in on it. Yeah, Musk is strange. I like him, and then there's things he does I don't like, but at least he's not woke. At least trying, not to show it. He's not Klaus Schwab quality. Eat the bugs. Don't drive anywhere. Do as he say. Don't own nothing. Elon Musk says, "Hey, own as much shit as you fucking can." He's fine.
Oh, bacon. That's obvious, man. I mean,
just leave the microchips out of our skin, please. Thank you.
Elon Musk is the best African American we have here.
I mean, out of the billionaire cocksuckers, at least he doesn't suck as much cock.
I mean, it's like we talked about on Coop Stream last night. Coop, you're here. You know what we said. If common folks around here sitting around the kitchen table talking about how, these snipers should have sealed that business up and it should have, all been buttoned down and tight, and Trump should have not had any pop shots taken off at him. Don't the CIA and the Secret Service and all that knew about it? Yeah, this whole story is fishy as fuck.
Yeah,
that's obvious.
Yeah,
I don't believe what I'm being told about it.
No, well, especially if you're looking at the mainstream media coverage, don't believe any of that, even if you haven't heard what they said. It's not to be believed, because they're there already with the propaganda. They're already there blaming Trump and his supporters for his own shooting. Yeah. Right on the fucking mainstream media news. Fucking George Stephanopoulos. Their rhetoric has led to this. Whose rhetoric? You're the motherfuckers that say. You're the motherfuckers that said during the fucking George Floyd days, we need more public disturbances. We need more unrest.
Yes,
that was you.
Biden even said, Biden said like a week or so ago, Trump needs to be in the bullseye.
Yeah. And remember that Nazi-esque fucking press conference he had where everything was red behind him. He was
that was terrifying.
Fucking lunacy.
And then he retracted it. That was bad timing. I shouldn't have said that. Yeah, you meant what you said, Biden.
That's okay. He's just a confused old man. He just
had a bad night. And now the left is trying to pet us and calm us down. I'm like, oh, come on. Can we all just get along? Can't we forget all those COVID shots? And can't we forget all of this hatred for the past decade?
No. I will never forget the COVID rhetoric ever.
No.
You motherfuckers were relentless about that shit. I've never ever. Every one of the celebrities, like shorts, they're gonna be saying, "Get the job, screw your freedom, fuck you." Every one of you.
Well, think about what they're asking of the American people right now. That's pissed off. You're asking us to forgive you over the stolen election. You're asking us to forgive you of over nearly a decade of canceling and doxing people who you disagree with, wanting them dead politically. You're wanting us to forgive you for this Trump assassination.
Stacey, I didn't know my mom was Canadian. I didn't know that, buddy. I was a Canadian mom guy. Hey, friend.
You're wanting us to forgive you over this, COVID deal where thousands of people lost their jobs. get your boosters, get your boosters.
Mhm.
No, homie, we're not gonna forget that.
By the way, right here in LA County, they're ramping up the COVID rhetoric, and they even brought Barbara Ferrer back, the old health director who's kind of disappeared last year or so. She's back because COVID cases here have doubled, which means they went from 1 to 2. But banning fear. Fuck you. We don't care. We're not listening to this horse shit anymore. By the way, success. How you do it? You don't need to cough. It was an inside job.
By the way, shameless. Hello, Ting Ting, James, SCE, Bacon. What's going on, everybody?
Everybody.
Heard
they got no ID, but it's horse shit. Where's Maury Povich? He would get the fucking truth out of everybody. Where's Maury Povich with the lie detector test? Bring him to every one of these things. He would straighten everybody out. What the fuck?
I mean, Phil, the thing about it is, I have no forgiveness in my heart for these people. I don't.
Me neither.
I don't.
They tell you to,
have
but they
crossed the
don't
line.
either. They go out of their way not to forgive anybody, especially if you go against at all their narrative. They will never forgive you for that, but they are begging you for
You
your
have
forgiveness.
crossed the line.
Fuck you. Yeah.
They think the policies that we're putting in
Kathy
are
Griffin,
hurting
yes.
Oh
God. Yeah.
They think the policies that are putting into place are hurting like LGBTQ people of the alphabet mafia and all that. It's killing, quote unquote, killing them, but they can't come up with, because apparently words are violence. And so that means because of that terminology, they use the term words are violence, and you can say hateful words to people and it counts as violence. If that's the case, in their mind, they can retort with violence in kind. And that's exactly why this happened.
Kathy Griffith, need I remind people, she literally come out on national television holding up a severed Trump head. She wanted him dead then.
She got canceled sort of for that because she got kicked off of the New Year's Eve show because of that act.
As she should have.
Overall, she's just not funny. It never has been. She's always been irritating. She's always been, like Joan Rivers kind of ripoff. And she thought that would kill. And well, yeah, the libtards loved it for a second.
Ting,
but
ting.
Overall, it's like, okay.
Literally killed.
Ting Ting. The line was crossed for me when they took Dukes of Hazzard. Now, I know it's fucking retarded for me to say, but when they took Dukes of Hazzard off the airways for the Confederate flag, that was the line drawn for me right there.
Oh, that's stupid.
When Bubba Wallace in NASCAR decided to cry and scream.
Did they ever put that on DVD, Dukes of Hazzard?
You can probably download it somewhere.
They put it on DVD, but I don't think they've released it in a long time, so I don't know.
I'll get you.
Well, let me bring up somebody.
DVDs.
Let me bring up somebody who also will never forget all these fucktards. It's Coop. What's up, bud?
What's up?
Hey.
What up, man?
How you doing?
Good.
Not bad,
Good.
buddy. How about you?
I was just in the middle of the Elon Musk moving the rest of his businesses to Texas because Gavin Newsom just can't leave the children alone and signed some more LGBTQ fucking nonsense in the legislation.
Yep.
And because of this law and many others proceeded attacking both families and companies, SpaceX will now move its HQ from Hawthorne to Starbase. And it's also moving X out of San Francisco to Austin. So different libtards, but different state.
Yeah,
basically what it comes down to, more businesses moving out of California thanks to Gavin Newsom and his sucking off, if you pardon the expression, of the LGBTQ community.
Well, here's the thing. I still think Gavin's going to be the replacement for Biden.
I don't think so because here's the thing. They really were banking on the woman of color, aka Kamala Harris. Now she's still going to be the next in line. Now, if Biden were to go between now and an election day, something's going to happen to her.
If Kamala, I seriously think, and you could be 100% right, but here's my train of thought. If Harris had a chance, Biden would have stepped down years ago. But they know she. Yeah,
but you also got to understand Biden is not willing to step down. They kept going on. Oh, Trump does not want to concede the election. No. Biden. I made this analogy. Biden is like the old guy who won't give up his car keys. You ever try to get your grandfather not to drive just down to the market or something because he'll hit a tree or something? This is Biden. He will not. He's not going to relinquish that power without a fight. Whether from within his own power, from whoever it is, he is not going to give up that power. He wants 4 more years. He will die in that White House, and the people around him have no problem with him doing it. They just wish he would do it quicker. But I think they are. There's going to be more backlash if you nominate because people are still going to say, "Hey, you're nominating a white man." It's like there's going to be backlash from that within the party. So I don't think Gavin Newsom's just a walk right in as much as he thinks he is. You know what I mean?
I still think, and I could be 100% wrong. It's just my.
I hope you are in this case. Please be wrong.
I think
if that fucking cocksucker gets in, we're out of here. We got to find a place to go and then go there. And it's not going to be Canada.
I think Biden steps down at the DNC, and you end up with either a Newsom Whitmer or Newsom somebody ticket.
God, Jesus Christ! Well, then how are they going to get Kamala Harris out of the picture? What are they going to do? How are they going to fix that situation?
Since she's his vice president, when he steps down, she's basically off the ticket. Then they got to go through the DNC.
I think they're going to have to force him to step down. They're going to have to kicking and screaming or Weekend at Bernie's or somehow. They're going to have to pull him off the stage.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
So what I heard today was that because of the way the time that the DNC is set to take place, they actually have to do a digital DNC before that, so that they can nominate Biden, so they can make it on certain states' ballots, and so they're doing the digital DNC. However, I heard today that they're potentially going to delay the digital DNC, so because there's talks of replacing Biden on the ticket. So if look it up, it's actually true. Like there's like 1 or 2 states where Biden wouldn't have been on the ballot if he was nominated at the DNC, because the moment the DNC is going to happen is past the cutoff for those states for their constitution to have him on the ballot.
Yeah.
Success. You're right about that, and that's the problem they've had for a long time. They know that she sucks. You know what I mean? They can't come out and say it, but but that's also their diversity hire that they've been banking on ever since they gave her the chance. And she's been terrible ever since.
You also got to bet on 2 things. One, Democrats are going to go pull the lever for a Democrat regardless. Look at the face, and I hate to point the black community out, but they've been fucked ever since they started voting Democrat. They're still voting Democrat. Then you have to quote on the ballot boxes and the ballot harvesting and the mail-in ballots. And the only wild card I see in this is the assassination attempt on Trump that has absolutely improved his standing.
Yeah, backfired on him. Maybe it was a test. It was a test to see. Let's see. Will his ratings go up or down if we take him out? That went way the fuck up.
Well, did you see what Trump's new? Did you see what Trump's new vice president? By
the way, success. You are not wrong. The bird flu they're bringing back, and they're already trying to tell us cattle have the bird flu. It's like, we know you fuckers don't want us eating meat. We know you want the easy bugs. I know you fuckers. Fuck all.
Did you see what Trump's new vice president picked?
We did
touched on that.
You don't
touch on Vance. We touched on Vance a little bit. Yeah, we're kind of on a fence about that. He picked that guy, or was it picked for him? It almost seems like that doesn't seem like something Trump would pick.
I'm on the fence, but
especially as anti-Trump as he was back in the day. You know,
his tweet about childless cat ladies was hilarious.
Well, Ting, you'll find that a lot of people don't understand the Civil War or the Confederate history.
Absolutely,
none of that. You know,
it was
ignorant.
If it was probably a stupid, where, you don't want to be friends with somebody like that anyway.
They think that Confederate flag only means racism and hatred, and they're just fucking stupid.
Whitmer, hey Vince, go fuck yourself. What's up, bud? Yeah, that's all the choices are terrible. All the replacement choices are worse than Biden, if you can imagine. Holy fuck.
It is. It really is.
I couldn't be more anti-Newsom. I live here. He's fucked up. He's terrible. He's absolutely awful. Must not ever get anywhere near the White House. Unfortunately, he has a lot of, he's going to use, he's going to bank on emotions, which you do in the Democratic Party. And he's a younger guy. So all the dumpy housewives, I'm not going to say what kind of housewives that people remind me of, but people that would get wet over seeing something like him. Oh, look at Gavin Newsom. That's what he's banking on. He's
yes.
He's going to go on his looks and his propaganda more than his actual accomplishments, which have been piss poor, literally, especially if you walk on the streets of San Francisco. Do not even think of putting Newsom in the White House. Anybody, bag of rocks, a bag of wet hair, anything would be better than Gavin Newsom.
Biden,
Biden's old corpse would be better.
if you look at how hard Newsom has come out to defend Biden, that's what makes me think all he's doing is interviewing for the job. That's
Yeah,
all.
I don't think Nikki Haley was that close. I don't think she ever really got that close. Nobody was really sold on it. I mean, nobody in the Trump camp was going to switch over to Haley. I mean, some of the moderates might have gone that direction, but she was never going to.
Well, it's like I asked you on your show, Coop. It's like, why have these feminists and these LGBT not pushed harder for Camel Toe Harris to be put into the presidency? That was something I asked when they first went in.
Because much like in real life, they don't support other women.
Yeah.
There's nothing women hate doing than actually supporting women. They love to tell you, you men out there, you don't support women. You don't go to the WNBA. Well, neither do women. Women give women even harsher comments than the men do.
Oh, man. If you think men are rough on women, listen to the way women talk about women.
Right. But then they virtue signal online. You need to support the WNBA. Well, until I stop seeing a whole upper deck of empty seats, maybe I'll believe you, motherfuckers. And by the way, they've been pushing the WNBA very, very hard with that Caitlin Clark and all this shit. It's still the WNBA. It's still unwatchable. It's still a bunch of dykes and trannies playing basketball or pretending to. No interest. Zero. None. Ever. Okay? There. Thank you. Cunning linguist. Yes. Thank you. I don't mean to offend anybody. Where I'm offended by you saying you don't want to offend anyone. Where?
Vast majority of slave owners and
we know.
Oh yeah.
Still are.
Yeah.
By the way, still are in this day and age, as a matter of fact.
One of the things they don't tell you about all that was, they want to make out like all of us white folks down here in the South are racist and a bunch of black hating people. But, owning slaves back in those days was something rich people did. That wasn't something your common poor white folk did back in the day.
They don't want to talk about some of the biggest slave owners in the United States were freed black slaves who then started selling slaves.
Yeah.
And then started owning slaves. They don't want to talk about shit like that.
They don't want to talk about how black people sold them.
Yeah. And they definitely don't want to talk about the Middle Eastern slave trade that was way bigger than the slave trade that was coming to the United States.
Yeah, and all these people that are pissed off, these are people that don't go outside. They don't actually interact with actual people. You could live in a neighborhood with anybody and get along with anybody. People are assholes regardless of race, or they're nice. People are fucking individuals. You know what I mean?
It was a combination of state fights.
Everybody is. That's why Biden panders so hard to the black community, because he thinks they're all retarded. He talks down to them. He looks down at them, and they keep voting for him.
That entire NAACP speech tonight.
Okay, now that
was horse shit.
Yes.
I watched the whole
a very
thing
short clip of
live.
that, and that was enough.
I didn't watch it live. I watched it right before Phil got started. And yeah, it was complete which is always horse shit like that. It's always the same pandering, the same bullshit. And he's got a room full of slapping seals.
And the sad thing, the sad thing is, a lot of black folks have the ones that have seen the bullshit and are moving to the other side. What do they get called? A white supremacist. By who? Yeah. By white liberals.
Or they call them a house in word, a house in
If you don't
word.
vote for me, you ain't black. Do they not remember that? If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. He's running that same rhetoric again.
They want their free programs, they want their free handouts because they think this country owes them something.
Or they're told they do. Again, this is globalist billionaires controlling the whole game here. This is their chess game going on right here.
And when I say that,
and they're sitting there and they're tapping to it. Yes.
When I say that, for all the people within earshot hate listening to this, I'm talking about the blacks who actually believe that, not the entire race of black people, just the one, and the white folks. There's a lot of white folks that support it.
Oh, tons. But you look at who is LBJ or whoever it was president at the time when welfare came around, who basically said, if we do this, then all these people will vote for us for decades or lifetime.
Yep.
That was nothing but to buy votes, and look what it did to the nuclear family. It destroyed.
Yeah, if these virtue signalers knew anything about what was actually going on in the Middle East and a lot of the African countries, they would not be going wah so much about the dumb shit going on here.
Around 1965, when that plan went into place to bring welfare into the country,
Yeah, LBJ.
1964. Yeah, somewhere there.
The government pays you to be a single mother in this country. They give you free fucking money for being a single mother. So where's the benefit of getting married?
Sure.
No,
because the government stepped in. The government stepped in and replaced men in the household and became the pimp daddy with a check.
Well, they did worse than that. They not only replaced the dad in the family, then they started taking a lot of the dads in the family and locking them up for stupid shit, which went even
fucked the dads
to destroy
the dads.
Because
with,
in prisons are
child
what?
support too. Child support too. They don't have to be with the dad. They get more money from the government. They get free money from the dad now too.
Because in prisons are what? Private. Them in prisons are private businesses that make money off of the more people that are incarcerated.
But for the longest time, we didn't necessarily have the private prisons, from what I understand. But you got to understand, our government is so fucking dirty. They understood if we destroy the family, we put all these people on the government tit, then we have 100% control of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, LBJ, again, talking about that, he knew exactly the way that was going to go.
Yep. Yes.
Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Yep.
Yep, he's your welfare president.
Wait, wasn't LBJ the guy that succeeded JFK?
Boy, yes, he was.
Yeah,
what a coincidence.
He succeeded JFK right after 63.
Speaking of retardy Oswald.
Yeah.
Retardy
Oswald.
And how deep have y'all studied into that? Because LBJ, George H.W. Bush, and a lot of others were actually in on all that, trying to get him out of office so they could put LJB in there.
It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, where's all the ones? Where's your Ting? You're right. Where's all the ones that say where? All the ones that said Trump's putting kids in cages. Where are all those people when all this child trafficking is going on? I wonder.
When it comes to John F. Kennedy, I strongly believe either the CIA or the mafia took him out.
I think it was the CIA all the way. They might have. They might have pulled some hitters from the mafia, but that was a CIA run deal all the way.
RFK Jr. Was asked in an interview if he thought that the government killed his dad and his uncle, and he said yes.
Sure they did. Sure they did.
That's the reason they won't release the reports. That's the reason they keep pushing it back and hiding it, playing this little shell game and all this stuff.
Just like with this Trump deal unfolding. They lied about it to the American people back then. They're lying to us about it now.
Just on a side. Really
let me bring our next guest up here. Not only let me bring one more player in here. Not only he is a fan of Tenacious D, he faps to him. It's anime.
Hey guys, I just got done with my stream.
That's the most Tenacious D I've ever seen.
Dang, I need a link to your channel where I can start watching you, dude.
What was that?
I'm subscribed to you.
I was playing. I was streaming for 4 hours. I was playing Half-Life 2. I'm at
dude.
Half-Life, the Joe Biden story. There you go. Great game. Half-Life 2 if he gets reelected. Hopefully not.
I hope not.
Not that he got elected the first time, but we gotta
go for a second. I gotta go for a second. Something just exploded outside my caboose, so I gotta go check it out.
Oh no! Go get that taken care of.
Kill a bowl of chili. Yeah.
There's so many jokes you could make with that.
Those jokes write themselves too.
Something exploded outside of my caboose. Well, I don't know. Lay off that Denison's
what
chili.
Is that
I guess.
picture?
What can I tell you?
What is he wearing? A tuxedo? Is that Ike?
Ike's picture. Yeah. What's
He's got his little tuxedo on.
That looks like that looks like the dude in fucking The Hangover, man. Fucking
it does.
Like
it does. I can't unsee it now. It does.
He looks like Lance.
What was his name in that? What was his character's name in that movie? Zach Galifianakis. He played that kind of tardy dude. That fucking
I can't, man.
The Hangover.
The Hangover. Yeah, that was the movie, but I can't remember his name in the movie.
He He's a retard. You mean retard?
Well, I'll tell you one reason why I believe that.
Oh, it's Alan. It was Alan.
Alan, thank you. I couldn't think of his name. God damn it. That's my old man memory going out the window. That's a movie I love too, and I cannot remember the fucker's name. That's bad.
Have you seen that?
That's Joe Biden kind of Alzheimer's. Holy fuck.
Have you seen that? And Coop, you probably already covered it. I don't know. Have you seen that picture floating around of the side by side shots of it ain't Thomas Maxwell Crooks that shot him, the other guy, Thomas Yearling?
Yeah. They started that out thinking it was Yearling. And we covered that night. Matter of fact, we did that when John Crump and Dark and a couple other people were on the stream. And that was the early reports. It was a Yearling dude.
By the way, Stadenko, I remember there. People were reporting they remember seeing there was pictures of Bush standing around when standing nearby.
Maxwell Yerrick.
So yeah.
Maxwell Yerrick, I kind of have to think is the shooter that they got on the roof, because if you look at that side by side picture, it looks just like the guy.
It looks a hell of a lot like him. One of the guys mentioned the way the Crook's bottom jaw stuck out with the overbite he has.
Yeah.
And it was kind of hard to tell because his teeth got blown out like chiclets, but it did, after you looked at it, it did kind of look more like Crook's.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't fucking surprise me if they came around and said, no, it was really this Yerrick dude.
It could have been.
Yeah, that name sounds made up. Crook, like, you know, that whole profile, that name all just sounds made up in the last second there. I don't buy that.
They damn sure that night they locked his social media down.
Yep.
And wiped it.
Speaking of wiping it, I hope I has enough toilet paper for that caboose explosion there.
I think what happened, and Coop, we talked about it. I think what happened is the American people have started getting smart to all this and jumping ahead of all of this intelligence people before they start scrubbing stuff, getting these shots of all this stuff happening in real time before they start scrubbing it. And some information got out before they could lie to you some more about this story.
Yeah,
that's what
they hate. They hate that we're actually getting actual information and not listening to their horse shit anymore. They hate. That's what they hate the most about us.
Well,
not so much whether we vote for Trump or not, doesn't even matter to them. It's that we're not going to them anymore, and we're not buying their bullshit anymore. They hate it.
Phil, did you see today where they're saying that more and more people, and of course we've known this for a while, but it's obvious, but more and more people now are watching social media influencers than even the
I've been saying that shit.
I've
been doing that for a long fucking time. Are you kidding me?
Here's one of the points. Almost every media report, and I initially thought this until I saw some of the pictures, but almost every media report had that shooter way out to the left side of that roof, and he wasn't. If you look at the pictures, he was right above, and I mentioned it on stream, there was an AC unit right by that concourse that he got up on to get access to the roof, and he was right almost in line with that concourse. So he was way farther to the right of the roof than all these media sources are reporting, and that's one of the reasons they're trying to do this. Oh, it was a second shooter shot, couldn't have come from there, it wouldn't hit this person. If you look at his actual position, yes, his shots definitely would have had to go basically across those bleachers, which is where he hit the fireman and hit the other two people.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring another guest in here. He absolutely does not use this truck to drop off props to angry protesters. Well, I fucked that joke up. Vincent, go fuck yourself. What's up?
Vincent.
Vincent.
Never surrender. Never surrender.
Let me see if I can find that picture. They've got another angle of that shooter on the roof, like when he's putting. So, Coop, you may have. In fact, you probably already know about it, but they've got a picture somebody took with a camera phone of that shooter getting into position, ready to take aim with his head already behind the scope.
Yeah. I think we've looked at that one and a couple others. But it's hard to tell from that until you see the shot of where his body's actually laying at after everything was done. But again, he was way further to the right than the media's reporting that shit.
Yeah.
And if we pulled up the layout of the grandstands and stuff the other night, and that basically put him dead in line. Sorry for that one, but dead in line with the guy who actually got killed. And it's the only way that shot could have went through Trump's right ear without basically hitting more head.
Yeah.
Yeah. They did not want to take him out now because they need him around. They need him for the ratings is what they need him. If Trump were gone, where would the wah Trump people go? They would stop watching the bullshit fucking news. You know, all they're there for is to hear wah Trump. That's to get their fill of wah Trump.
Yeah. That's another reason I think this shooter was acting on his own. I think he was just a fucking dipshit. Grabbed his dad's gun, thought he was going to be the fucking savior of the left.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm kind of on the fence. I think it was insider.
Speaking of which, yesterday
the timing of it is very suspect to me.
They pulled the Morning Joe yesterday off of MSNBC.
Did they?
Yeah, they did. They legit.
No, did they
yesterday?
Did they pull it for the day or did they pull it for good? I think they just pulled it for the convention, right? I don't think it's gone.
No, they pulled it for the day, and then this morning they go on TV and they literally threatened the network. They're like, "You pull us again, we'll quit." I'm like, "Oh, do it again."
Stadeco, yes, I know about that. It's matter of fact, that's right here in California where that goes down, right in the northern part of the state.
I'm all for it. Like, network, please do it again. Please hold them again.
Yes.
Does anybody watch them other than the hardcore wah Trump people? Who actually watches that shit for news? You're like crazy.
I watch them to make fun of them. Does that count?
Well, yeah, I mean that's one reason, but I'm just talking about the people who actually take it serious. That's more scary, right there. It's like,
I mean, when you've got people that are standing around that are able to take pictures of this guy on the roof before they ever take aim at him, something's up, man.
I'll tell you what that
again,
shows. That points to the absolute inept nature of our government. Is seriously what that points to.
I don't know why they keep feeling they need to prove it. We know this is the most incompetent bunch of fuck we've had in a long time. We've had a lot of incompetent fuck over the years, but this is just shit on top of more shit. It's unbelievable.
And and then Biden will use this as some more excuses not to have like big events or anything like that. He damn sure ain't doing nothing open air because last time he did that, there were like 4 spots out in front of him with circles drawn around him, and 3 of those guys were media. And who was it? Lester Holt the other night told me he didn't want to go into the crowd discussion because what Trump ends up with his rallies versus Biden.
Yeah, actual people show up, not just paid extras and shills. Yeah, wow. People actually, supporters, the same ones they called terrorists, actually show up to those things.
Well, and we were talking about it in the show the other night, like Josh Shapiro talking about the firefighter that got killed, how he was a girl dad.
By the way, Ting, I'm glad you bring up owls and Illuminati shit like that. Notice in TV commercials how many times you have a talking owl featured in it. Goes way back to the Tootsie Roll commercial, for fuck's sake. There's always a fucking owl or talking owl.
How many licks does it take to get to the
there's lots of owls everywhere. There's a matter of fact, there's one on the side of Drake's airplane. I mean, Drake, big time Illuminati. How else could such a non-talented little bitch like that fucking be so big in hip hop? It's terrible. He's got an owl all over his fucking attire. So,
as we heard from Cat Williams going off, it's not who you know, it's who you blow.
Yep.
And then they take and then you see those dark rooms and everything.
If Kamala Harris had to run and do a campaign, that should be her campaign slogan. It ain't no how who you know, it's who you blow. But then she'll cackle at the end of it.
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris.
So Ike, what was up with the caboose explosion? What happened out there?
So what I gather happened, and of course the one camera that would have picked everything up wasn't working. I have another camera, so I listened to it. I think what happened was a bunch of fucking
alibi.
Yeah.
A bunch of fucking faggoty ass retard high schoolers who came out last summer and harassed me like 5 times by throwing shit at my caboose and like knocking on the door really loud a few times in the middle of the fucking night. They came out with a fucking mortar and lit it off within feet of the fucking caboose.
Jesus Christ.
And so I'm probably gonna head out. Get some more beer and wait for him with a fucking shotgun. if I'm in the news tomorrow, just check for Newberg, Oregon. And look at my name.
Maybe maybe bury put a bear trap or two around. Let him
I'm not
suffer a
happy
little.
right now.
Nah, just get you some rock salt, Ike. That way you can tear them up from a distance, and they got to, get in a hot bath. And try to soak that off.
All I've got is a 12 gauge, and I don't have anything to do rock salt yet.
Just stand out there. Just stand out there and say. Just stand out there and say "fuck your pronouns" and just watch them running away crying.
Hey, do it. Pull a Joe Biden, man. 2 blasts in the air.
I just started blasting.
We started shooting.
Blasted his pants.
Exactly.
There's a real explosion in the caboose right there.
Yeah, well,
hey,
I have one camera that works. It's the security camera systems. I needed to get it fixed, and I'm going to fix it tomorrow, mainly because it just needed to get fixed sooner than later. And I've had problems with it for like the last month and a half.
Yeah. By the way, Bacon, remember how many licks it takes to the top? 3, a 1, a 2, a 3. Add it up to 6. You get 2 more 6s. You get 666. There you go.
You heard it.
You know,
you heard it here first, guys.
He said it just like the counts from Sesame Street too, didn't he?
1.
Yeah.
The thing he didn't do was yeah, that's the only thing he didn't do.
Hey, Vincent, where are you at right now? What part of the country?
I'm in southern Georgia, headed to Florida, Tampa area. I should already be there by now, but my truck is being a fucking whore and losing, I guess, some power or whatnot. It goes up and down, and like it's literally added like about 3 hours extra to my fucking trip. So yeah,
is it blowing somebody at the truck stop? It's being a whore. What the shit?
I don't know.
My own truck's a lot lizard. What the shit?
And you know what? I just had a fucking thing fixed too. I come back like fucking 3 loads later, and it's like acting up again. But yeah, like something to do with the coolant hose that got that shit fixed. It says the fucking coolant light is on again, but this time there's no coolant leaking. And yeah, I guess the fault codes with the engine says that there's something to do with the exhaust or whatever. So
I gotta make some phone calls. I'll be back.
Just like a whore coming back after 3 loads. There you go. Thank you.
Right.
I'm dealing with coolant issues out of my Ford Focus right now.
What year?
How old is it?
2010, and I had to go buy an upper radiator hose to correct it, and it's still running hot when it's sitting idle.
Sounds like a thermostat issue.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Pull the thermostat, change your thermostat out, you'll probably be groovy. It's just not opening up like it should. On a 2010, that's probably about right.
It stays cool when it's running and in motion. The radiator ain't made out of nothing.
And make sure that you're running enough antifreeze mixed in it too.
Yeah. And then when it sits idle is when it starts getting hot. So
yeah, it's not circulating enough coolant. So make sure you got plenty of coolant in it, plenty of antifreeze, and if nothing else, change the thermostat. It's not opening up like it should. It's probably corroded as hell.
Hey, did anybody know that Tenacious D was on tour? I had no fucking idea. Well, they were on tour, and then
I didn't know till the other night.
Old boy couldn't keep his mouth fucking shut, and it wasn't Jack Black. It was his buddy Kyle Gass, the other guy there.
I got to be honest. Once these celebrities open their mouth and says what side of the political aisle they're on, I lose interest in.
Yeah, let's not forget this is the same Jack Black that was hired to be sit at that Joe Biden fucking fundraiser here in L.A. with the other Hollywood dipshits. Just right before the debate, before everything collapsed, there, Jack Black was like, "Yeah, President Biden rocks, man." Yeah, he's still this old. He thinks he's Chong from Cheech and Chong. He's still this old hippie who's never been funny. He's another guy who's never been funny. You know, like everybody was on this Jack Black bandwagon. That's kind of what Tenacious D started. You know, it was kind of a side project that he did. Like I wasn't into that. And I wasn't into his comedy or his movies. I did not like this guy in anything he's ever done. And now that he's come out as the shill that he is, the whore that he is, I'm like, fuck you, go away. Well, he's about to. Thank God.
I've never been a fan of like hugely stupid comedy anyway.
Yeah.
I never happened. Even Mel.
I mean,
Mel
I
Brooks had a lot
like
of
stupid comedy
intelligence
when it's
to it.
funny. You know, I like the Animal Houses of the world and the Porkies and the Three Stooges and all kinds of shit.
Yeah,
This guy
man,
is just
I
not
love
funny.
Porky.
He's just not funny. He's just one of these guys that they tried. The Illuminati tried. They pushed another unfunny comedian out there, and it just didn't work. And now he can't even beat Tenacious D anymore. And this is really gonna make a lot of people sad, I am sure. All remaining dates on Tenacious D's Spicy Meatball Tour, as well as all future creative endeavors involving the comedy duo, have been canceled. Where? See, you conservative, you love cancel culture. Well, this isn't that. This is the venues are freaking out that stupid fuck Kyle Gass there said, too bad he missed. Yeah, you know, if you don't incite violence at a venue that seats over 10,000 people, that's probably not a good idea for insurance and whatnot.
What he asked him what his birthday wish was, and he said next time don't miss or something like that.
Yeah, don't miss Trump is what he said. Don't miss next time for his birthday wish. And I mean, it's not. And by the way, it's Jack Black is trying to act like he it was part of his bit. It was a bit that they were doing. You know, he thought this would just go over. He's like everybody in the audience must be a lefty and loves this kind of shit, right? Well, this will win them all over. Well, boy, did this backfire.
Yeah, the clip I watched, the audience was laughing.
Some of them laugh, but you got to figure, you know, who watches Tenacious D except old hippie lefties, right? This is what they go to. Right?
That's a good question.
And by the way, I think this happened in Australia, Megan. Where were you that night?
Yep.
Was it in Australia?
Yep.
It was.
Oh, shit, I didn't know that.
But here's how Rolling Stone spin it. But a few right-wing politicians in Australia have responded with calls for deportation. Yeah, again, they have to point out that it's got to be far-right extremists that aren't on board with this shit because this is just funny. It's just making a joke. Stupid.
You're fucking right. I'm all for getting these illegals out of this country.
Well, this country, but they're talking about deporting Tenacious D out of Australia, which I think is
they're talking about kicking Tenacious D out of Australia.
It's like
by all means,
Tenacious D is even a real band. There shouldn't even be a thing. It's like the Monkeys, you know what I mean?
No. You guys are down in Australia can keep Jack Black.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They can keep his.
Yeah, Megan, do me a favor. Get a petition going to keep Jack Black in Australia, please. We don't want him back here.
By the way, remember back in 2016 when Trump got elected, all these celebrities promising to move out?
Oh, yeah. They never.
Who was it? Miley Cyrus and.
Uh-huh.
All
the same ones that said they're going to do it this time when he gets elected, and all the same ones that said they're going to move if Elon Musk took over Twitter, or they're going to get off Twitter, and they didn't. They're all still. It's all just me. Fucking
the funniest thing is with all these
people are getting more and more sick of the narcissistic celebrities and not listening to their shit anymore. Good.
Yeah. The funniest thing is with all these celebrities is the only ones who moved out were either on some Epstein flight shit, or they were under a whole lot of other charges, and they moved to countries with non-extradition treaties.
Right.
Yeah, like Tom Hanks moved off to Greece, which I think is, of course, he went to Greece. Where the hell else is he going to go? That makes sense.
He traded his American color. He traded his American colors for a toga.
Yeah.
Well, here's again in the things we didn't ask, but we're told anyway. Department Bacon. Last chick I fucked before Hot Russian X was while watching Tenacious D. Oh my god.
Thanks for sharing, Bacon.
I'm speechless. Holy shit, dude. I don't know you know.
Well, at least he wasn't watching Tenacious D, apparently. So there's that.
Well, it doesn't say he wasn't watching. It says right there while watching. It didn't say who was not watching.
Yeah, well, you're right. Yeah, if you take that sentence, yeah.
Oh boy,
he could have been watching.
Well, look for lots of hashtag fuck during Tenacious D's on your next stream, Bacon. Holy shit.
Yeah, Lord. I'm there next time. Yeah.
Bacon's mustache, maybe do it.
Oh yeah.
Was a Beaves the mustache?
Yes, that's correct. That's how you kill your career. The minute you glorify the
mustache has shitty taste in music.
Yes, it is, because they underestimate how many people in this country are not leftists.
Yep.
Dr. Pepper in a car. Who does that? God damn! What a waste! How dare you waste Dr. Pepper? whoever
Well,
you are.
think about it. If you look at a map, a political map of this country, and you look at how red most states
James, who
are
is that
versus
directed
blue
to?
cities,
Most
you know,
counties.
we outnumber these people like I don't know what 2-3 to 1, but yet your inner cities is what always sways the
Well,
state.
success, you got to understand too. These celebrities are whores. However they get paid, they will get paid. And the Democratic Party and the establishment and the globalists are paying these motherfuckers off big time to go wham Trump and to go yay Biden, and that's what they do. You know, you think they think they give two fucks about any of this? No, they get paid. They're paid to do a job. They're acting. They're still acting, whether it's on or off camera. Whether they have to get on social media and pretend like Biden's the best thing since sliced fucking bread. It's an act. All of this is a fucking act. Because you see how quick they flip-flop, right? Right after the debate, George Clooney is, he needs to step down. He needs to step down. 2 weeks before that, he was sucking his dick in fucking downtown LA. Okay? So was Julia Roberts. So was fucking Jack Black, who was also there. And so was Jimmy Kimmel, who was also there.
Oh, probably the biggest fucking shield of him right there, Kimmel.
Yeah. Well, Stephen Colbert, they've all gotten so bad. Fallon is the least offensive out of that group, but he's still nothing to watch or anything. He's just never been funny or interesting, but he's not as much of a suck up as Colbert and Kimmel are. They're just, man, they have just completely sold what was left of their soul, which wasn't much to be done with.
Like, my mom seems to think that Seth Meyers is the worst out of all of them.
He's so bad. He's on the late shift. Nobody watches that. And nobody watches network TV as it is. I mean, who's watching this shit anymore?
No, that's why they have a lot of this shit playing in airports and shit, so they can try to pump up.
Yeah, like your experience at the airport is bad enough. Now you're stuck with CNN on TV. Oh, fucking great.
Yeah, the offices.
Let's see. My flight's delayed after 9 p.m. in Austin, Texas. All the restaurants are all closed down. That's there's nothing to eat, nothing to drink, and you got CNN on TV. Fucking lovely.
Yeah. You can't make it back out of TSA screening. Make it back through them to make sure you make your flight. You're stuck in the bar. CNN's on.
Or again, unless it's after 9 p.m. in certain airports and everything closes down. Everything you need to be open is shut down. Because nobody works anymore. There's nobody to fill the jobs. So I speak for experience. So last time I flew to Florida, I flew on Southwest via Austin. Because if you're going to fly Southwest, which I do for Burbank, which is much better than flying from LAX, I'll take the one stopper, short somewhere, stops in Texas and Midwest somewhere. You get out, stretch your legs, get back on. It's way better than flying all the way across in a cramped 737, right? So you stop at Austin, flight's delayed. Okay, so and now it's after 9 o'clock. The bars are closed. The restaurants are closed. You can't even find a fucking vending machine anywhere. And you're sitting there for 3 hours with absolutely nothing to eat, nothing to drink, nothing to do. But they still have the TV on. And what do they got? Oh, there's Jake Tapper. Oh, fucking great. Just kill me. This is great.
Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah.
Bars and airports should be open as long as the airport is open. Okay, there should not be this bars shutting down at 9 o'clock. This is you're getting all you got. If you got half the flights coming in there are fucking delayed and or canceled, and you get what the fuck are you supposed to do? Get somebody in there. They'll believe me. You'll make the money back. Just you'll load us up with drinks. We'll be fucking happy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Overpriced fucking watered down drinks at that, but Jesus Christ, it's something.
Yeah.
How old is that? Actually, Yahtzee still. I used to play Yahtzee. Everybody ever used to play that? Fucking, I remember that game. I was a kid.
Oh yeah, I remember Yahtzee.
I played my grandparents. It was fun.
I mean, and I'm sitting here reading this guy's apology, and I'm just sitting there like, yeah, Jesus.
Oh, okay, apologize. Sure, yeah. So Black wrote on his Instagram, and I'm sure it wasn't any words from his lawyer or anything. After much reflection, I no longer feel it's appropriate to continue the Tenacious D tour. Yeah, because they weren't selling tickets would be the other reason. Just like who else just had to cancel a fucking tour? Ellen DeGeneres was doing a final farewell tour, and she had to cancel the rest of it because nobody fucking went to it. Because nobody wants to see that old dyke fucking go wham Trump for an hour.
Her farewell tour should have been long before her show even got canceled.
Yeah, I love they cannot stand the fact that nobody gives a shit about them anymore. They're not in the limelight. They'll love me. I'll go out there and wow them again. They'll love me because I'm Ellen. Nope. Everybody went.
Jack Black. If you read this, Jack Black is doing pretty much damage control. I mean, he don't like Trump. He never
his attorneys
did.
are doing damage control. These are not his words. And all future creative plans are on hold. I'm grateful. Yeah, bullshit. He didn't say any of that. He was like, oh, well, he's probably drunk. He's probably fucking drunk off his ass. I had no idea what the fuck was going on.
Yeah, spokesman, publicist is probably doing it. Yeah.
And then Gas, the idiot partner who actually said the line I improvised my ass fucking on stage Sunday night in Sydney was highly inappropriate. That's not quite where Megan is, but close enough. Dangerous and a terrible mistake. Again, these are not his words. Okay, these record companies, somebody made him fucking say this. I do not condone violence of any kind, unless it gets Trump, of course, in any form against anyone anymore. He wrote, "What happened was a tragedy, and I'm incredibly sorry. I'm sorry for my severe lack of judgment." Yeah, you wrote this himself. Okay, sure. Whatever.
They keep on misreading the culture out here and thinking that the left wing is in higher numbers than what it actually is. And so when they say this stuff, they think that they're safe, too big to fail. And then when they get a reality check, it's funny.
Oh,
to me.
well, gee, you know what? Speak of the devil, our Aussie is here backstage, and I'm sure he's got 2 or 3 cents maybe to add to this. Megan, what's going on?
I wondered if you saw this, Phil. My first thought when I saw it come across the press this morning is, gee, wonder what Phil would be thinking about this. It is a big shit.
I'm thinking, yes, of course. And we're saying, please get a petition to keep Jack Black in Australia. Don't let him get deported. Let him stay
I
there.
thought you liked me, Philip. I thought you liked me, sir.
We don't want him
You
in
said
here.
if you didn't know you liked me. What the heck?
Please keep him. And take Molly
So what do
Cyrus.
I get? No, hang on. If I'm keeping your trash, can I send some of mine to you? I'm not sure who yet, but I think it's a fair exchange.
Who do you got in mind? I mean,
I don't know. I'd have to think about it and get back to you. But give me 24 hours, and I'm sure I can find somebody. In fact,
I can't even think of any Australian celebrities that are still alive that we might. Is Paul Hogan? Paul Hogan's not with us anymore, is he?
No, he's in. It's actually because I've got I've got a window in front of me, and it does look like that. So it's.
By the way, I like how Bacon put a trademark over false valor. Yeah, that's my trademark. It was here first.
Yeah, but Phil, I did see this in our press this morning. I thought, gee, Phil would have a field day with this, and you are. So I was not wrong, sir.
No, I mean, this is kind of a minor story to me. It's like, yeah, good. You know what? He's like every other dipshit that had to open their yap.
But what I found so amusing, interesting is perhaps the word is, all the Donald Trump fans who saw this come from Australia were like, hey, we want you to play at the inauguration. That, or we take no offense to this.
Yeah, like I said, Jack Black just 2 weeks ago, right before the debate, was here in L.A. Shilling for Joe Biden at a fundraiser. He was there, doing his rock star thing. Hey, I'm Jack Black, vote for Biden. Yeah, he's cool, and Trump sucks. Yeah. He's doing all that shit. There's somebody new in the bullpen. I'm always reluctant to bring up new people. Unless it's DJ, but it doesn't say play nice after it. If it's play nice 11, it's just somebody that says DJ. So maybe introduce yourself in the chat first. Introduce.
I was going to say,
like our friend from last week. Our friend from last week, we had some good laughs at his expense, at least. That weird guy that came in last week, but. Yeah, the new guy.
It is play nice. He's just verified it in the private chat field.
It is play nice. Okay, I saw it. Okay, play nice. Welcome. Yeah. If I don't recognize it, I'm scared.
Hey,
nice to have you in here, man.
But yeah, this whole thing, our prime minister is in on it, and I'm like, do you even know who Jack Black is? Aside from knowing he's in. Yeah.
I'm going to call it time. I'm going to call it timeout. You guys are talking about Jack Black, okay? But we're talking about the Tenacious D performance, right? And we're talking about what was said there.
Oh, the birthday performance or something, I think, DJ. Yeah.
Okay. Jack Black didn't say those things. Kyle Gass did.
Yeah, I know.
He's
No,
the
yeah,
one
he
I'm
came
talking
out-
about. Okay.
Jack Black, listen, Jack Black is not innocent here because I'm getting that same Jack Black is the one who shilled like a motherfucker for Joe Biden a couple of weeks ago,
Yeah.
right here in LA.
Yeah.
Shamelessly
And
like a whore.
and
Jack Black.
also,
So
he
he's in
threw-
on this. He's not innocent of this. He might as well have said it
No,
himself.
no. I did actually, to be honest, I'm not a fan of Jack Black, but it sounded like something he would say, but he didn't because, as you said, he was with Biden 2 weeks ago, Phil. I think.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he did a right before that
But
stupid
what-
debate.
but what
He was out here with a
people are-
fucking fundraiser for him. Yeah.
Yeah, but what pissed people off, like a lot of people. So I'm 9.5 hours away from Sydney, and a lot of people from my area were going to these shows. So they've travelled 9.5 hours to be told 2 hours or an hour or whatever it was before that it's been cancelled. So they basically cancelled, or my
Who the fuck would
understanding of it
travel?
was.
I would travel 10 minutes to see Tenacious D.
No, but
Jesus
no,
Christ.
and that's fair, Phil. I probably wouldn't either.
Holy
Although I
fuck.
did like him in Kung Fu Panda, I will say that because I didn't have to see his face.
I mean, he's a voice actor. It's not like,
Yeah,
you could do AI.
exactly.
You could use AI and do
But
that nowadays.
there were people. What I mean, Phil, is there were people that paid lots of money, had kids that were excited to go to these shows.
What?
But my understanding,
Kids?
yeah, I know.
Tenacious D? What's wrong with
Apparently
your
so.
country? Holy
I read
shit.
it in. I read Phil. I read it on the
Too many
internet,
jabs
so
were
it has
passed
to
out,
be
I
true.
think.
But
Holy fuck.
but it was not the fact it was cancelled. It was how it was cancelled. Like it was literally cut 2 hours.
The racial draft. Right. We'll trade you Jack Black for it'd be a draft pick later because I can't think of anybody we'd get.
No. Listen, I want 2 first rounds at least if I'm taking Jack, and my crap in the 4th and 5th round later.
Hey, can we
But,
just send
yeah,
you all?
I-
Can we just send you all our shitty celebrities and they get a
What's
residency
that?
there, like Taylor? Can we send you Taylor
Hey,
Swift and
Bill,
everybody else?
if I get your first round pick for the Kraken for the next 20 years, we'll talk, my friend. But yeah, it's just
no.
Yeah,
Might-
I didn't
you know,
say
we
so.
might
No,
have
you
to
can
set
take
that
Jack
light.
home. But yeah, the whole thing is just blowing up. It was mentioned. I saw in our parliament that it was mentioned today in our national offices.
I think I saw that one.
Yeah, so it's like.
Yeah, I didn't even know he was on. They were on tour, much less in Australia. It's like, oh, the Tenacious.
No,
D,
I had
they're still
heard
together.
that they were on
Okay,
tour,
they're on
but-
tour.
Yeah.
Okay, they're in Australia. Okay. Oh, stupid Kyle Gass had opened his yap. Oh, that was dumb.
Yeah.
So is this all going to be
But,
gone tomorrow? Can we just let it go tomorrow, maybe, and concentrate
No,
on things that are much more important than what
next
some
week-
pause. What somebody says halfway around the world that really is just an actor and a
Next
performer.
week, perhaps.
Tell you,
Why
ask your media.
why
then.
you got to add 6 days to it?
Ask your media that, not me. Fucking.
Yeah.
I'll be done with this.
Yeah, no. I'm with you. I'm with you.
I just like.
I know some of the people that are part of this.
I'm just making fun of this. It's just stupid. That's what
Because
I'm doing.
it has to be made fun of because it is so stupid, Phil.
Yeah.
As I
Wait
said,
on.
my first thought was, how is Phil going to rip this apart if he finds out? And I nearly sent it to you. I have to.
I mean, if
have
it
to
was a
admit.
band I actually liked, I might pay more attention. It's Tenacious D. Who gives a fuck? It's fucking Jack Black. He's
So
already
if we do-
he's already proven himself to be a whore. I don't. Why would this
Right.
be different?
Exactly. Right.
See, and it's like it's not that difficult for me. It is difficult for some people, and I'm not going to make assumptions about anybody on the panel or in the chat, but some people just cannot dissect themselves between the artist and like whom they portray, sort of thing.
Well,
and I
that
like,
was-
if
that
you
would
do
be
that-
That's the problem. I
Well,
think that's a great point. That
That
and
would, that
as
would
Phil's
by the way, I've said that a lot, but the only thing that throws a wrench into that is, again, Jack Black was hired to completely suck off Joe Biden at that fucking fundraiser, and that was embarrassing to watch. And then to act like, so if he, unless he really needed the money that bad, like, what are you doing? If you're actually different from this shill that I'm looking at right now, that don't take this gig. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I absolutely do.
But do
And I
you
don't know
think
why he would have
so,
taken
Phil?
that as a mere payday. I don't know why he would have picked that as a mere payday kind of thing.
do you
Yeah,
think
unless he's
got
Phil-
Jesus.
Well, I mean,
Do
if you're
you
gonna
think
whore
also,
yourself,
Phil,
no,
it's
just suck a cock at a truck stop or something. It's less
yeah,
less
but do you
embarrassing.
think also, Phil, it's because of how it looks? If I'm seen supporting Trump, people may not like me. If I'm seen supporting Biden, people still may not like me.
Yeah,
But there's
I mean, the thing
you know
about
what
this, I mean, it's all of this is just a further division in the world. That's all of
yeah,
this shit is
exactly.
fucking doing.
Well,
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
well said.
It is.
Yeah,
It is.
And
it is
yeah.
100.
And again,
But
I'm just
why it
laughing
has
at I'm just laughing at this more because Jack Black again was such an embarrassing shill, sitting there with Jimmy Kimmel and George Clooney and Julia Roberts, all people who then distanced themselves away from Biden not a mere week later after that debate. So he's just there with all the rest of the phony baloney.
That's what I was going to say.
So when does he stop being a phony baloney and being the actual Jack Black? When are we going to see that? And the answer is never.
You're not. That's my point, Phil. You're not because of perception.
I'm willing to. I'm thinking the one that took the Biden gig because he seemed all too proud to be there, as embarrassing as he was. And by the way, also on the DNC for not doing their homework. I was like, this guy, nobody cares about this guy. What are you doing? He looks like a bum. He looks like some bum. Just who you're right downtown LA. So there's no shortage. I'll just walk through the backstage door and onto the stage. That's what it looked like at first. It's like, oh shit, that's Jack Black. What the?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh
Why not
yeah,
a
with
suit
that
or something?
beard.
You fucking retard. You know.
With that beard, yeah.
But he still thinks he's the big rock star. Hey, I'm Jack Black. I'm gonna do the
He
devil
never
horn
was
until I
that,
die.
Phil.
Yeah,
But
he
he never
sucks.
was that, was he?
Well, that's who.
Or was
Yeah, but that's
he?
who.
I don't know.
That's who he portrayed in his earlier in his when he started in show business when he was Jack Black.
Okay.
That's the kind of the role he was always. I'm kind of the pudgy rock and roll dude.
Oh, like in School of Rock, you mean, Phil? That type of.
Right, or any of that crap.
Really,
any of that crap like
yeah,
that,
right. Okay.
When did he ever really change that persona? Because he's kind of been.
He
that
did.
entire
But I'm saying, Jesus Christ, there's an age limit to this. You're not the cool young guy. You're not even a cool old guy. You're just an old guy. You're just like Biden. You almost look like Biden up there, except with a big beard on. You look like Bill Gaines, the guy.
No, that insults John. I'm not a fan of.
Look like.
I'm not a fan of either of your parties, but that's insulting.
No, they suck. They're horrible.
Yeah, they do here too. But
yeah, they're two brands of overflowing toilet. Oh, really, it's one brand of overflowing.
No,
toilet.
don't insult the overflowing toilet because
other.
you can put it on your garden, Phil. Maybe.
Yeah, well, this kind of shit would kill your garden because they don't want anybody to have a garden. They want everybody to have fake grass, so we don't have to water it anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
both
parties, Megan, are bought and paid for. The same campaign donors, the bankers. They campaign
the gun lobby for the Republicans. Is that what I'm hearing? Or something? I might have that wrong, but yeah.
And they're all on a script. They're all reading from a script on the teleprompter and the TV. I mean, it's just.
Well, what got me? That's true. But what got me was Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, or DeSantis, whoever, was so against him after the insurrection, and they're turning around saying, after this, he's brilliant. And then he's Vice President Vance, is that his VP? Who said, I'm a never Trumper. It's now he's bloody Vice President, I think.
I know. Yeah, we hit on that a little earlier.
Oh, have you discussed that story?
It's politics. They forget that, we have the internet, and the internet doesn't forget. We can always go back to.
Well, we've got YouTube and news channels. Yeah, exactly. That's what did my head in. It's like you're a never Trumper, and now you're his running mate. How much did they pay you for that? Was my
Jerry
first that was
Garcia. Yeah, he does.
First of all,
I like Jerry Garcia because
let's set fire to a few things. One, there was no insurrection at all.
I know you're preaching to the choir. I know that.
Oops,
sorry, that's how it appeared down here. My mistake.
I talked about it on January 7th. What a bunch of bullshit it was. You look me up on Spotify.
I didn't.
I'll have a look. Yeah.
What you got to know, and what everybody in that chat's got to know, and all of you know, but I'm speaking to the people that don't. When those cameras shut off, them Democrats and Republicans are best buddies.
Oh yeah, they play golf together and all. Yeah, I know. Fucking Bush Senior and Clinton played golf together fucking every goddamn day during
There's photos of Trump and Hillary Clinton.
They're in the big club. They're in the big club. Democrat, Republican, none of that means shit. They're in the big club.
If you watch a lot of my streams where we're watching votes and stuff go on, whether it's in the House and the Senate, you can see them all laughing and joking together. Yeah, they're all buddies.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
That's why my brother, my younger brother,
Pig,
loves
that's terrible
politics.
news. God damn it. Everything.
What
Jesus,
happened?
is going up. In
God,
Japan,
the
even
cost
male
of
strippers
li-
are more expensive. Man.
You cannot even have fun in Japan because the cost of living still bites. I'm not sure about the hookers. Maybe Ting Ting can tell us about that. But yeah, it's just like my brother loves politics.
Lance
I just
Vance?
look at it.
Who the hell's that?
Like
You don't mean Lance
Vice
Bass,
City?
do you? From fucking
Like-
New Kids on a Block.
and
GTA
Whichever
Vice
one it is.
City, Lance Vance. I don't know.
Oh, that Lance Vance?
Why do I picture hookers in Japan being anime chicks?
Because
I don't know,
No,
anime, why'd you answer
no.
that one?
Again, Ting. Again, us Ting.
probably
She seems
what
to
they
know.
are.
Sorry, Ting.
Japan
If
has
anime
a
would
serious
stop, if
issue
anime would
with,
stop that big, you can answer that question.
Yeah, Japan has a
No,
serious
he's busy.
issue
I want to
with,
see I want to
snipping
see
little
hands
kids.
above the screen, Phil. Oh, there's one.
know.
Okay, maybe not.
Just like every baseball pitcher when he comes off the mound, they have to show the ump his hands, make sure there's no foreign shit on it, right? Every fucking
Yeah, I want to.
Here you go, Bob. Here you go.
Hang on. Hang on. What's that white stuff? Anime, show me again. The white stuff there. What? No. But yeah, I've got to go because I've got another 2 streams to do today. So I just wanted to let you know that I did see that film. And,
What a stream whore you are! Holy shit!
oh,
That's what they
are
call
you
me.
jealous?
Stream
Tuck your
whore.
jealousy in.
No,
This
Tuck
is
your
my
jealousy in, Phil.
This is my
You
age.
know
what
I'll
I
always
got
do that.
Megan, you will have to catch
Well,
up.
at least you came to this one first.
Yeah,
Or is this the
Megan,
third?
good
Well,
morning.
no, only because the next
Oh.
one's at 8:30 p.m. my time. So
My
we're
gosh, you
watching
got a
some
schedule
Australian.
for him. Somebody's an addict around here. All right,
That's
heroin
literally
addict,
what they
whatever.
call
you're
me
saying.
as a stream whore because I'm on everybody's stream.
Yes, Phil, to answer your question, I do, and this is my
I
life.
think that's going to be our hashtag today. Fucking stream whore. There you go.
Stream
Outlaw,
whore,
the only stream that matters is this one.
SWF, yes.
Only this one. This one's the only one that
Thursday.
matters. There you go.
Phil, you seem jealous. You may want to tuck your jealousy in, young man, because I can see it from Australia. No, you know I'll always come. You know I'm always come. Because who else, ladies and gentlemen on the panel and in the chat, who else puts up with my Sully obsession but Phil?
Bacon does.
I think that needs a
Probably
Bacon,
yeah. Probably bacon.
Dave Carr, another one of our friends from Australia. What's up? JD Vance is a skull
Hey,
and bones
Dave.
man.
Oh, I like the InSock from 1984.
Doesn't
Nice.
surprise me at all.
But,
yeah, that VP pick's a little suspect too. And somebody right.
Yeah,
somebody's
well,
sitting
as
right
I
with any of
said,
this.
I never truth it, or I never trump a rather, Freudian sleep, to running mate.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. Just
That-
enjoy the shit show. That's all I can do. That's all we do around here is
Yeah.
enjoy the
Oh,
shit show.
as you rightly say, Phil, all you can do is laugh.
Yeah, it's all politics. That's the reason it doesn't surprise me.
But anyway, folks, I thought of you when I saw that, Phil, and I hoped you'd say, I can't even speak, hoped you had seen.
It says tenacious D.
D.
Yeah,
But,
tenacious Nick.
Big D.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right, Meg.
Big D energy.
Later, Megan.
Later, guys.
Enjoy your other streams.
It
Make
turns
sure you
out
plug this
D
one
is-
where over
Phil,
there.
hey Phil, next time I see you, I want to make sure you have to make sure your jealousy is tucked in, okay?
Oh God.
I don't tuck. Thank you.
Phil only
Fair enough. Fair enough.
You wrap it around like a belt.
Well,
Yes, right.
I-
Four or five
TJ, I
times.
actually kind of wanted to know how you know that, but then again, no, I don't. Because it's not quite, I've got 20 minutes before it's 5 o'clock and I can start drinking.
I almost
5 o'clock
spit beer
somewhere.
all over my computer.
That's true. All right, guys, I'll talk soon.
Not wrong.
5 o'clock.
All right,
I
man.
don't spit.
It
Had
turns
a-
out the
what's
D
up?
in
Nice to see
Tenacious
you,
D
man.
stands for douchebag.
Yeah, pretty much.
Jack Black. Yeah.
Douchebag, dick face. derelict.
I mean, I ain't gonna
You
lie.
know what? You know what? One of the things that sort of bugs me, all right, is that 2 days ago, there were 60 films the guy's been in, half a dozen albums, tours, and I've seen him like 3 or 4 times. See Tenacious D that many times. It's just like, wow, you know, one thing drops, there's enough on a what shouldn't have been a slow news day. Today was not a slow news day. There was plenty to talk about.
Oh yeah.
And it's just the distraction constantly. And I know, Phil, I'm not in a firearms rights stream right now kind of thing, but there's a context on, you know, in the crew that's on the panel, you know, and out there as well. And, you know, like one more day spent talking about some bullshit like that instead of something that's more important domestically. You know, it's a little bit like our foreign policy, you know, our foreign policy when it comes to distraction sucks because we're willing to suck in something that everybody now is willing to be just like, oh yeah, piece of shit. We'll walk away, should have been gone a long time ago. But as I started off, and then I'll pass it back to you, a couple of days ago, Kung Fu Panda was mentioned, and another 59 films could have been, and everything was okay. Except for the shilling part, Phil. I gotta give it to you with that, man. I did not know about that, so thank you. And I pass the mic to somebody else.
Well, to be fair, it was the 4th story I covered today, so I didn't start with that. So there you go. That was the last one. That was the last one.
Thank you for
only because it
bringing
was so
guns
silly,
up.
and Tenacious D is so nothing to me. So,
apologies, Phil.
Thank
no
you for
problem.
bringing guns up because Coop, I got a question.
Yeah.
Have you seen the
talk
news
about Tenacious
today?
D.
Have you seen the
Yeah.
news today that they're coming after gun channels on YouTube and
Yes.
any
course
kind
they
of
are.
content where they show guns of any kind? Was it
Yeah,
past
it's-
June or July 18th? They're going to shut them down.
It's coming down to anything. YouTube's been trying to push gun channels off of YouTube for a long time.
Ask Brandon Herrera.
They've cut revenue for a lot of channels, and now it's if you show any sort of sponsorship with anything that has to do with a firearm, they want to basically strike you for it.
Oh.
Tig, give him time. I think he'll probably develop it somehow.
And it's just
I'm
all
not
you
sold on
gotta
that guy.
you gotta realize how big of a chunk of culture YouTube is, and how much they have to control the narrative.
Yeah.
Speaking of gun channels on YouTube, did you guys hear that the Trump shooter was wearing a Demolition Ranch shirt?
Yeah, that was said
You know
that
what?
night on
Yeah,
the stream.
Again, speaking of more bullshit, you got to figure everything that comes out about this shooter. I just automatically put it in the bullshit department because if it came out of the, first of all, if it came out of the mainstream media, it's bullshit anyway. And the name of that shooter, just all the descriptions of it are just horseshit.
I said his name wrong. Retardy Oswald. Retardy Oswald.
Yes, Retardy Oswald. Yes.
Here's the thing about Demo's channel, though, because I've watched Demo for a long time, long before I even started my channel.
Good content. Good content.
Demo stays out of the political game. So there are tons of people on this channel that are far left. There are tons of people that are middle. There are tons of people that don't want to hear jack shit about politics. They don't care about Trump. They don't care about Biden. They don't care about anything. They just want to see shit get fucked up. That's his channel.
I get it.
Facts.
Yeah. Yeah.
But even the fact that
Bacon,
he features the object that they fear so much, it doesn't even matter what your political persuasion is.
No.
And look, I get it. I understand. I know that they've been pushing that for years, but this is a policy they just put in place here very recently.
Another policy they just put into place recently was that if you on a live stream, specifically live streams, if you display guns or weapons, you're going to get a strike for it because they're trying to not encourage.
Yeah, that's not new. If you touch, let's put it this way: if you touch one, yes, they will shut your stream down within minutes.
Yeah.
Which I find funny because they seem to can't.
Unless you're playing Call of Duty.
Or
at least you got after that too.
I mean, they can't find the kitty stuff, but they can find me when I show a frame because it's happened to me twice. When I was just showing a frame, it wasn't even the gun; it was just.
By the way, I would totally watch a Down syndrome version of Beavis and Butthead. I hope they do that in the new season. Just make it darty, just really darty.
Was Outlaw? Were you the one who said glad that we're going to switch to that and brought up the YouTube thing? Was that Outlaw?
Yeah, I was talking about that policy that they're bringing up. Yeah.
Right on. I just wanted to make sure it was you. And hey, man, how you doing?
Oh, yeah.
So it's even worse than what's been discussed so far. This goes back to the 18th of last month. And so this policy that they're working on now and that they've gone back, they're yanking content.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to point to one guy who was like the gateway for a lot of people into the YouTube firearms gig, and that's, oh my God, he's an old dude, okay, but Hickok 45 has like 8 million subscribers. Okay, you put that with Herrera, you put that with Demo Ranch, who doesn't like kids, so I kind of don't like him, but you put those millions together, and it's just like, wait a second. They're going to have some sort of pull. I don't know what it is. I don't think it's going to be terribly significant, but the people who, it's like the people who are on the low end of we're making money on this platform. That's not, it's like, it's a big deal to them because they have almost nothing. You take a look at what those guys make, and I can't even give you solid numbers, but it's ridiculous money.
Oh,
I guess
and
not.
Think about how many millions of dollars those guys have made YouTube.
Yep.
Hickok and others that have been here for a long time.
Yeah,
They have
Brandon
made
Herrera.
Serious money, and YouTube is willing to cut all that out because reasons, I guess.
Because it goes against the narrative. They will protect the narrative above all.
No, hold on. So the reason YouTube's okay with cutting that money off is because they don't make money from the channels. The channels make money from YouTube. They make the money from the ad revenue from channels. And if these channels are being told that they're not going to make ad revenue because they're showing a gun, they're not making it. Google's not making any money off of it. So they don't care at that point. So they're not making ad revenue because they have millions of followers. Mainly because they're making rules that their millions of followers aren't going to see the ads because their channel is breaking the new rules that they just implemented.
You got to look at it. YouTube wouldn't have ad revenue or anything else if there weren't that many people following these channels, because these channels only get a very small portion of that. A very small portion. Even a
Cool Dog, do us a favor and list those channels for me in the chat. 33%. We'll get to the bottom of it immediately. Thank you.
The main
anime.
One of the main
anime. You can fap to that. That's something to fap to.
One of the main
reasons, chicks, hell yeah.
One of the main reasons they're going after
chicks with fire guns. I'm in.
I need this for research purposes.
One of the main reasons going after all of these firearm channels, and this is the most obvious point about it, is because of the reach that they have. That many people in that short amount of time on a YouTube video or live stream, being able to see how to defend themselves, gun safety, all that good stuff, where to buy ammunition, who to buy from, right? Yeah. It's free flow information that's not costing anybody anything in the long run, but that's what it is. It's because of the reach that those YouTube channels have and that amount of people in a short amount of time. You said it, 8 million people plus. And that's just subscribers. How many people have clicked on it and just saw it, got interested in gun safety and like, oh, yeah.
Everybody should take a gun.
Gun safety is not a bad thing. The
channels is what they don't want. They don't want it getting out.
Class. Everybody should take a gun safety class, period. Yes. I don't care about your stance on guns. Take at least one gun safety class.
Absolutely.
By the way, Tig Ting is officially the adorable deplorable.
I mean, you look at what you look at what they started going after first, were a lot of guys that were showing build content on here that were showing people how to safely build things, troubleshoot things. They went from that, then they went to the next step, any kind of upgrades. Now it's just showing the gun, advertising or being sponsored by gun companies. It is a direct assault on anybody who is basically pro Second Amendment. Yeah. Freaking DJ's been on her channel plenty of times. Brooke Cheney. Now, Brooke Cheney has the suicide prevention Saturdays, and they go after her for it, even though she is trying to inform people that there's help out there. Try to keep people safe with firearms. They don't care about the safety end of it.
Yeah, they just don't like the firearms. It's just like Joe Biden today. Joe Biden in his speech today said
they don't want you to be able to defend yourself because you need to. They want people killing each other. They're fine with that. They don't want you to defend yourself against whoever you need to defend yourself against.
Gotta say this. right now, and this is not a conspiracy theory thing. The first thing Nazi Germany did was outlaw fucking guns.
Yes.
That's the first thing they do. That's the first thing they do to keep control is to outlaw fucking guns. And which party is the party that's trying to outlaw fucking guns right now? The Democrats, the liberals are trying to fucking outlaw the guns right now, and they're calling fucking Trump Hitler.
Yeah, calling something Hitler. Does that have any reach anymore? You're Hitler. No, you're Hitler. Is that not the stupidest thing in the world?
I'll say this.
Can we not think of another name to call somebody other than fucking Hitler?
I say back to them, I've been called a Nazi before. I'm like, well, if the views that I have make you think that I'm a Nazi, I don't give a shit about your opinion anymore.
See, that has reached to the leftists. Those
if I had a Nazi flag behind me, and
then
okay, you can call me a Nazi. Yeah. Nobody does. So who the fuck is a Nazi?
What was that?
I was saying that whole Hitler statement, whatever they've been talking about forever, it has reached to the leftists. It doesn't to us anymore. Because we've been called racist, Nazi, Hitler, phobophobe for anything for so long. We don't give a fuck anymore.
So all of this like Nazi and Hitler rhetoric is essentially, I'm not saying that it wasn't an inside job, I'm not going into any of that for the assassination. That's what led to this moment in history. Is all of this rhetoric calling Donald Trump Hitler. They allow it.
They accuse Trump and Trump supporters of it. They're accusing Trump supporters for getting Trump shot. Make that
the question that everybody asks is, if you get access to a time machine, what's the first thing you're going to go do? You're going to go kill Hitler. If we actually have a legit Hitler parallel here, killing Donald Trump to them is the right thing to do, and it's okay to do. And that's why people are trying to celebrate this, is because of the parallel to Hitler. And it's not good for like having a conducive government or a conducive like society at this point. And that whole like shtick of 2016, it's okay to punch a Nazi. I kept arguing with my friends that were on the punch a Nazi camp. I said, hey, who gets to define what the fucking Nazi is? And once the definition of a Nazi is so ambiguous, that means you have carte blanche to punch whoever the fuck you want.
You're talking about people
John
who
Wayne was a
have
Nazi.
grown up.
Nope. I like his airport, though. Anyway.
You're talking about people who have grown up in and around social media their entire lives. They have bought into the magic talking TV box and being influenced by whoever speaks to them. So
you say people are the same people that were telling me you can't be racist towards white people. How the fuck does that work?
Because they are the peers around them are influential.
Apparently,
in their lives.
White people are the whiteys over there are telling us, no, you can't be racist to white people. The same white people that call black people white supremacists if they vote the other direction.
No. Think about this for just a second. It works the same way like religion does. If you teach two entirely different children, two entirely different religions, of the same person, the religious figure, those two people grow up with a different perception of that same individual. It's the same thing with Democrats and Republicans. These people have grown up with such skewed perceptions on the magic TV box about Trump and Hitler and all these people. That's what they believe because their peers believe it. Their mother and father and guardians believe it because everybody influential in their lives have espoused it for so long. Complete strangers that they don't even know have espoused it for so long. That's the power of the mind, manipulation, psychological warfare. That's what this is.
Like I said earlier, you could take anybody that lives in a neighborhood or a small town together who know everybody. They could be all kinds of different races, and none of that fucking matters. They're not going to be calling each other racist. Like the online world does not translate to the real world. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You guys
are talking about the people that live through social media and don't go outside and don't actually experience actual people and how actual people live. Those are the people that get on board with this nonsense. You're a racist. You're a racist. You're a racist. Go outside, for Christ's sakes. Do something. You know what I mean? Meet people. You'll see how the world actually works.
You guys were talking about this earlier. You guys were talking about this earlier, where you have all of the people in Congress sitting laughing when they're doing the votes and everything. They're not against each other. They're just against us.
Yes.
And I
Yeah,
wish
They
so
all
if
know.
you-
They
more
all
people
know
would
everybody's
understand.
golf handicap. They all
If
know
you
that. They're
pay-
all on the fucking
the
golf
thing
course.
about it
against each other.
is
Neighbors.
if you pay attention to who's actually out here screaming "fuck Trump" and "fuck all these Republicans" and all, it's mainly young people in their 20s and teens and
Yeah,
all that.
because
It's
they're
these
being
influential
fed
people.
the propaganda that's been
Well,
passed
yeah.
down and passed down and passed
Yeah.
down.
The
One of
people in
my-
the Antifa rallies, all of it. The shooter that just shot at Trump. How old was he? What generation is he from? He's from the Gen Z, the Gen
Yeah,
Y.
that's always been one of my biggest arguments, that the left is destroying this country because they took over the education system probably 80 years ago, and they just continue to basically produce more and more people who are more and more radical. They don't teach people how to think anymore. They teach
So glad
people what to
so
think.
glad I skipped school all those years. Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Holy shit, Ting's right. Ting's right here with that last message.
Yes.
The 20-year-old literally only knew Orange Man bad for
Yes.
over half of his
Yeah,
life.
that's a good point.
Yes.
That's insane.
Yeah,
At
for
least
that-
having that fed into your brain 10 years, wham Trump, Orange Man
That
bad.
is
Yeah.
exactly what I'm getting at. When you grow up in a culture that has propagandized everything and skewed everything like this generation and the previous generation has grown up in, and believes everything that their peers, their parents, and everybody influential in their life espouses that Orange Man bad, like that shooter, that's what you get. Whole products of this type of rhetoric thinking.
That's
This is
because
why I call these people. This is why I call these people weaponized
Play back.
product.
These people can't go in and do their own research, even though they have
They won't.
supercomputers in their hand every day with their phone, or they have laptops that can connect to any number of different, information sources. They will read a headline. They won't go down, read the body of the article. They won't go down, look at footnotes and any kind of research, and then go see where the research comes from, because they have always been taught this is what to think, not how to think.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
That's funny, Bacon. You bring up Gustavo Arellano. I remember when he was, we used to roast him on Beef Funny. He still writes columns for the LA Times. Usually it's Wham Trump stuff. There you go. I know exactly who.
TJ, welcome back, brother.
This is
Right.
what you're dealing with. This is why I call these people holistic products of their environment. This is the
Yes.
product of indoctrination and psychological manipulation warfare. That's what they are. That's who they are. They are, and I hate to use the word victims because to me that's a leftist talking point word, but they really are victims of indoctrination, of being fed all this crap.
In this case, it's true.
Yeah. That kid that shot at Trump.
They're
I
basically they're
guarantee-
victims of the propaganda telling them that they should be victims of everything.
Yes.
Since Trump took office in 2016, that kid has been fed steady propaganda lie after propaganda lie on Trump.
Yeah.
From 2016 till the time of the other day,
Well,
and that's yeah.
Well, we're talking from when Trump originally came down the escalator, and even a little bit before then when he started talking about running. So it was well before 2016 in this kid's life.
Yeah.
And then got
by the way,
fed
and
to us whole time
Obama was
in
president the
office.
rest of that. Yeah, during his rest of his years.
And then got fed the whole time that Biden's been in office. And again, none of these people could do a simple research and think for themselves.
Yeah, it's awful, man. Like it's
that is a good
But at some point, these kids become responsible for the shit that they espouse. That kid was 20 years old. At some point, he has to become responsible for the shit that he believes in about Trump and the anti-rhetoric.
He became responsible about the time a 308 went through his face.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah,
And it's the same thing with all these lefties and some right-wing extremists out here. At some point, they become mature adults to where they have to be held responsible for continuing to choose to believe in this bullshit.
Oh yeah.
The only
There's
difference
no
between
doubt
the
on the
left-wing
right-wing
extremist and the right-wing extremist, the left-wing extremist has the backing of the mainstream media and the government, whereas where is the right-wing extremist getting his
Absolutely.
propaganda from?
Absolutely.
Maybe within his own racist family or friends or something, but they don't have the media on their side for the most part. And don't give me this
and
Fox
you know
News
what?
shit. Fox News is 100% horse shit.
Yeah,
I agree. And here's one of my things. You don't hear any talk of RAHOWA, RAHOWA, racial holy war. That was the thing that the skins were doing. That was the thing, it's like that's what with the salute at shows. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
But that was laughable to me then. It's still laughable to me because it is so loose, it is so splintered, it is so whatever. There are so few, and I just continue to hear people say white supremacy. And now if you dissect that from I guess I have a skin color advantage because people are not going to look at me and be sketched out or some shit like that. Okay, if that's my only racial advantage, well, tough shit, man. You could also be ugly or have the wrong color hair, and people wouldn't like you.
Oh, that's me.
I got ugly all day. Right here.
And think about
I don't have any hair at all. It's on my chin.
And think about it like this: if white supremacy really existed, everybody in here, we would be in mansions right now. We would have butlers, everything.
Yeah, I don't see
guy's
Shaq or
dimension?
Jay-Z breaking me off a check every month.
And yet DJ and anime, and yet when you look around, all you see is affirmative action hire for what color of people? It ain't white.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt that in this country's
Unless
history
they're
there's
women.
racism. That's true.
And the women, yes.
That's been true for
And
a
have
very
pink
long
hair
time.
and all kinds of other shit.
However, if you look, and this was my argument with Barack Obama. It was one of my biggest arguments with him. He became president of the United States, and then he went and told everybody that was black, you can't do this because people are so racist. Yet you are the president of the United States. You can't tell them that, yes, you can do all of this. Yes, there are people out there that will not like you because your color. So what? They are not stopping you from working hard and actually becoming successful.
Just do what I do. Don't give a shit what people think. Problem solved.
Yeah.
Black people are not held
Especially
down
not
in this
strangers on
country.
the internet, for fuck's sake.
What?
Especially not in
I better root your
2024.
signal.
Women either. Women and minorities are not held down in this country, especially in 2024.
Wait, what was it?
If you
was it
look
that,
at what's in place right now with affirmative action and DEI and ESG, you find out that men, whites, black, in general, Hispanic, we're the ones being oppressed. And I hate to use that word too, but when you look at all this affirmative action hire and DEI and ESG, replacing you with token minorities and replacing you with gay people and shit like that, there's oppression going on, but it's not who they think.
The best way to describe it, I think it was George Bush that coined the phrase, the soft bigotry of low expectations. And it makes sense.
Yeah.
Because
I
black people aren't good enough to get jobs, so we have to actually force other people out.
Bush that says that?
Jobs.
You sure?
I don't think it was Bush that originally said
I
it.
think that sounds like something Bush would say.
He wasn't necessarily one that originally said it. I think he's the one that made it popular, though, because I think he said it in the speech.
Bush was an Illuminati fuckhead.
I don't think I've ever had a problem with anything that I've heard you say, but like just now, even though it wasn't vitriol, you weren't spitting any kind of venom at it, kind of thing. But when you started to say the thing about blacks don't get, and it's just like, oh man, I hate that, absolutism kind of thing. And I know that's not your intention. But it's like when I hear that, it kind of makes me bristle a bit because I don't like it when people think and apply. Hold on, I'll pass it right to you, man. The white supremacist thing to this guy because I ain't that dude even close. Back to you, man.
I'm not saying the blacks don't get this or that. They have the same opportunity everybody else has in this country, in my opinion. I'm mainly talking about the people that think that they don't have the opportunity. Like they don't have this opportunity, so we need to make sure that they go to the top of the list instead of white people. I think black people have just as much opportunity in this country as white people do.
Bacon, don't forget Token's name has become Tolkien.
At some point,
that's hilarious. They changed the subtitles in previous episodes to gaslight people. It's
at
amazing.
some point in this country, and I think it took this assassination attempt, at some point people in this country are waking up and realizing how fucked everything is and how fucked they've been.
Yeah, James, you're right. You couldn't make Blazing Saddles this day because all it did was made fun of racists and said how.
By the
stupid
way,
racists-
so did All in the Family around that time, and then
Yeah.
later the Jeffersons. So
Yeah,
they
you
did more to
couldn't
address
make
it
that
then
now.
than they're doing now. Now they're just adding to it.
Yeah,
because these people don't understand humor. They don't understand what it is. It's medicine to the soul. It's taking a very piss poor situation and finding humor in it in order to heal from it. That's what laughter is. It's medicine to the soul.
And that's at TV, at least to its credit, at least was able to make fun of both sides up until about 10, 15 years ago or so. And you see
That
how
is
one
what
side is all now.
comedy-
But remember, like shows like All in the Family, that was making fun of both sides. You had Archie Bunker, who's the conservative, they were making fun of his extremism, and he was yelling at Meathead, the liberal, who's still a meathead on Twitter,
Leftist.
and showing his stupidity. So they were mixing it up, and they always did that
They
on the
do
late night
not-
shows like Johnny Carson and all that. And then all of a sudden, the train just tilted all. And
They
it's all
do
wham,
not
Trump, wham,
understand.
Trump, wham, Trump, wham, Trump.
They do not understand that comedy has always been a way to make sense of a shitty situation and
Yes.
heal from
Yeah.
it with humor.
to
Right.
deal with very complex subjects and boil them down, much like dark humor, very bad stuff. I mean, extremely dark stuff, and break it down to where you can get past it, you can cope with it, you can deal with it.
Fresh off the boat, I remember that shit.
I mean, let's face it, especially
Good
I'll say this,
old-fashioned
especially in the
racism right
last
there.
15 years, they have just about killed comedy. The left has. They
Yeah.
have just about put it in the grave.
Absolutely.
Who was it?
That's by
Jerry
design.
Seinfeld. Jerry Seinfeld said he's not going to do college campuses anymore.
There's a couple comedians that said they would not do
Nor should anybody really. Fucking college campuses are
Well, except that
infested
Charlie, is it last name Kirk? Charlie Kirk? Is that his name?
Yeah.
The guy who does
Charlie
campuses?
Kirk is not a comedian. Charlie Kirk's not a comedian.
Yeah, he's
Agreed.
not a
Charlie,
comedian.
Charlie
He
Kirk
does
is
a whole
turning
lot
to
of
the
the-
USA or something like that. Yeah.
He does a whole
I-
lot of the conversations with stuff. Yeah, definitely not
He
a
does,
comedian. Go ahead, DJ.
Well, and that's what I wasn't trying to suggest that he was a comedian, but we're talking. Somebody said college campuses and like not do that or whatever. When I see like especially YouTube Shorts, where he is engaging kids and he is taking on those things, he has like the right answers, kind of like Shapiro does. He has answers. He's sharp. He's like, and the thing is, he's far more in tune with that than I think people give him credit for. And I'm not trying to say that his voice should be in the top 10 of the hits this week, sort of deal. But I like to see the sort of thing where they're engaged. Somebody's got to engage at that level. And Outlaw, when you were talking about these kids, the indoctrination, this is what they've been told. This is the world that they're growing up in. Another an attendant point that I wanted to make is, if we even think in ourselves, back to when we were 15, 16, 17, we're railing against our parents, we're establishing our independence, we're forming those ideas that our parents didn't give us for as our own, and we're figuring that shit out. And oh my God, I don't know how many people, and it seems to be the majority, if not damn near every last one of us that I've talked to, say, "Oh yeah, I was much more liberal when I was young." It's that idealism, that kind of thing. It's just like anything is possible, man. And then, like you were saying, Outlaw, when it comes down to, they need to be able to, they're eventually going to have to take responsibility. They're eventually going to do that. And when that happens, they have to become they often have to be, or become, I should have said, more conservative in their views. Almost all of them will start off with the inability to distinguish how to manage money appropriately. And then you're going to become a financial conservative in a fucking hurry.
Well, brother, my generation, brother, my generation was lied to. Phil and them's generation was lied to. We've all been lied to about this whole situation. The fact of the matter is, and I told somebody this the other night, the left versus right, when you boil it all down, everybody on both sides is trying to get the same results in different ways. So when you look at the ways they go about it, it's really all this political division that has divided us on skin color and genitalia and all this bullshit. Listen to any of these normal thinking leftists or any of these normal thinking rightists. And I'm not talking about the extremists. I'm just talking about everyday people that are blue collar workers on both sides of the aisle. People who see the shit. And I've said it for a long time. You're not even dealing with Democrats and Republicans in this whole shit. You're dealing with actual tyrannical, out of control people who have long since abandoned the political party they're even a part of You're dealing with people who are completely out of control, out of their fucking goddamn minds, who want power at all costs, no matter who it kills.
That's all it's
No
about
doubt.
is we
That's
want
what
power.
it
We want
is.
power over you. That's what it is.
My-
We'll do
my-
anything
my
to get it.
My stepdad, I was speaking with him earlier over the phone before I went live. He told me, he was like, "Kid, this is not the world I prepared you for, and I apologize." I'm like, "You don't have to apologize, Dad. People are crazy nowadays."
Right.
Yeah, you
And
never
it was
knew-
because of him is why I'm way more centered, because I have two separate dads. Stepdad and my real father. One is long story. I'll tell it off stream. I had a dad in the house and was able to get a more level center. Not many people don't. And he told me to watch out for everything. And he's apoplectic with how it got this far. He's like, this is not the way to go about things. Whatever happens, you're just disagreeing with the person.
If any of your answers come down to we need more government,
No.
Govern me, Daddy. Govern me.
I've
Please
said
govern
it a
me,
long
Daddy.
time. The
Daddy
government
government, pound me in the face. Stop him.
When this
By the way, I left this comment up because John Columbia is a black man saying this line. Comedy used to be funny until Obama came along.
Yeah.
You and
Where?
you
Where?
guys,
It goes against the narrative. Where?
you guys,
Where?
you guys will especially appreciate this. And I've told people this before, when the Constitution and all that comes up, people have got to understand that
WO.
the
We're not
government
talking about
being
wrestling here. Yeah. NWO for sure.
government being centralized like it is was never the intent of this American government.
No.
You know, we have a responsibility as American citizens. That's why we're called United States of America, because we are supposed to be a united people against the government.
Now we
Not a
barely have a
divided
United Airlines that
And
works. Holy shit.
Yeah.
And we're a republic. We're a constitutional republic.
If you've ever seen United
we have
Airlines
all-
CEO, you know why things don't work at United
Under the
Airlines.
democracy, I
Yeah.
doubt the Bill of Rights and Constitution would exist under democracy.
Yeah,
I could
our
be now. I
founders-
could be wrong.
No,
But
you're
the
100%
reason why-
right.
Because we have the Bill of Rights, we have the right to free speech, the right to private.
Bacon,
private-
you're supposed to be on the Democratic plantation. Didn't anybody ever tell you that? Get back, boy.
That's a Second Amendment.
Says the
our
lefties,
right
not
to
us.
our right to a fair trial and everything.
We have
all
a
those
responsibility.
rights.
Yes, we have a
founders-
responsibility
Go ahead,
in
Al.
this country. We have a responsibility to keep this government in check as a united front of people in this country.
The
We have a
Constitution is supposed to keep the government in check. It's not supposed to
Yes.
keep us in check.
We-
It's supposed to protect us against the fucking government.
We have to understand as an American people that human beings are corrupt and power will corrupt absolutely. That's what's happened with the government. It's tyrannical. It's out of control.
That's
Has it,
why our founders.
Has anybody, what if alt hissed? Has anybody seen this channel? I mean, what he's talking about?
I've heard about it. I've not seen it.
That's why our founders warned against democracy. They said democracy was
Yes.
a bigger threat to liberty than a standing army, and
Why
make
are
no
the
doubt they
fucking-
were extremely fearful.
You'd think
of
they'd
a
be
standing
happy
army
taking
at
all the
that time.
taxes out of our wallets that they do, but no, that's not enough. Bunch of guns and everything else, too.
From the left,
and your property.
everybody that fucking hates Trump keeps saying that he's a threat to our democracy. We don't have a democracy. We've
He
never
was
had
already
a
here
democracy.
4 years. We're still here. Yeah,
Why are they like Trump? They're saying Trump
Okay, but-
wasn't going to relinquish power. Biden's not relinquishing power.
Ike, here's one thing I want to jump towards what you're saying. Okay, I don't think that there's an understanding of that. I don't think that people want to understand that. I don't think that people care to even make the distinction. It's a bit like having a conversation and somebody pronounces something wrong. Or in the gun community, the difference between a magazine and a clip.
You're
It's
right.
just like, you know,
semantics.
Exactly. And so if we bury ourselves in that, we're not going to progress. And I want to reach towards the 10th Amendment and just read it really quick and then pass the mic back to whomever. And that is, it is as such, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. So you're absolutely right. We're a constitutional republic. This should all be the states kind of thing. I mean, we all understand how it gets that way. Ike, go ahead.
I say this all the time. We don't have any federal elections ever. There's no actual full elections for every state. It's all local elections technically because of how the electoral college is set up. We don't necessarily have any federal elections because it's all based on the states. And if we had a federal election, then technically that would be a democracy, and then we would be using the popular vote, not the electoral college vote. And then the popular vote means that the bullies get to control us.
Yes. That's why there's been talk from the left for a very long time about doing away with the electoral college.
And that would just negate everything the Constitution stands for, everything that we fought for in 1776, and that would be unconstitutional and un-American.
Look, Lincoln put the Constitution on its deathbed. If we see the switch to the popular vote, that's just the nails in the coffin. It's in the fucking ground, and we're through. Period.
Do not get me started on Lincoln. That guy was a fucking tyrant.
He was.
Apparently, he was gay. That's the latest.
He was also racist too.
I heard about that one.
Oh man,
really? Can't we let Pride Month go already? Jesus.
No, it's never going anywhere, Phil. You already know.
Fuck that shit. I don't support corporate holidays.
Here's my thing. I'm all for having a government, but like a small, limited government.
Yes.
Oh, you're a Republican?
I'm all for having allies here and there. I'm all for that. It's fine to have allies, but if they
what is an ally exactly? Like, what do you mean an ally?
Like if I'm allies with Coop and he needs legit help, like, hey, anime, send me some supplies or because we've had a bad tragedy happen, like hurricane and all that.
Because I always hear I'm an ally of the gay community. Every dopey Hollywood celebrity, I'm an ally of the gay community. You just hurt yourself.
Phil took that in a whole other direction, man.
The government.
That's usually what it's meant.
You heard it here first. You heard it here first. Anime night is gay.
Oh god.
No, well, he was saying anyway. He was talking about him being an ally to me. So wouldn't that make me gay?
Coop's gay. Coop's gay. You heard it here first.
Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Jokes aside, though, we should stay out of foreign entanglements.
Hallelujah.
We should stay out of foreign entanglements and protect ourselves here at home. And I'm all for having a military, like a strong military, like, hey, mess with us, we're coming after you, just to keep things in check. And unfortunately, what happened? The government got too powerful. They went to the banks and they're like, hey, look, we're gonna do away with all these restrictions. So there you go. Now you're one major conglomerate bank instead of the lender and the borrower. That's what happened. Because back then, when
don't get me started.
Damn it. So when the Glass-Steagall Act was still in place before they took that down, before they took that shit away, that's why the banks are so different back then compared to now, because they went after everybody. That's why the banker bailouts happened, because they did away with that, and that's when we started seeing the banker bailouts to this day. If the Glass-Steagall Act and the limitations of banks were still in place, they wouldn't be able to bail out those other companies or their billionaire friends. They wouldn't have been able to do it.
You saw Dodd-Frank passed, and when Dodd-Frank passed, I mean, you can go all the way back to the Federal Reserve for the real nice.
Oh hell no! That's one of the main reasons I hate Woodrow Wilson is for introducing us to this.
I hate him for a lot of things, but that's one of
Woodrow.
I'm a Southerner. My parents raised me on Southern principles. I don't need to be.
He's got a Woodrow.
John, I'll tell you exactly why. I'll tell you exactly why them Chinese slant eyes are scared of Trump. Because if Trump goes back in there, he's shutting them down. He's going to cost them billions of dollars in tax revenue if he shuts them down and comes back in.
Here's one thing. So getting to Trump and dealing with, say, China and some other countries.
Yeah.
Trump basically had an executive order that said nothing in our essential power grid or anything like that can come from China. Nothing. It all had to be American-made
I'll wait for the
technology.
bank to help bail me out.
Then Biden came in.
It's gone.
Biden came in and rescinded that order, and then a lot of stuff for our power grid came from China, and there are people warning and still warning that there are faults written into all of that equipment to where China could shut us down like they're turning off a light switch.
Yeah.
Are you talking about all of the Chinese made, power
distribution,
solar panels? There's a bunch of Chinese made solar.
The solar panels are the least of it.
Because a lot of people forget when Trump went in office, he took us off energy independence with the rest of the world.
Yes.
That Keystone Pipeline, right? They couldn't stand that because we was costing them billions of dollars trying to get the businesses back over here, outsourcing their labor back over here. That's what he tried to do anyway.
Wasn't it Biden that cut us off of that other pipeline that we were building?
Biden cut us off of a couple, but one of the major things Biden did was refuse to renew leases or do new leases for any of the fracking we were doing at the time, which was making energy very, very cheap.
Yeah, that's what
and see, here's another thing with that. We were producing so much natural gas, they were burning it off in the oil fields and still producing metric tons of it that we were delivering to places like Poland. When Biden cut all that off, the only place Poland, Germany, and other places over in Europe can get energy is from Putin because he's the major producer. He gave him the biggest.
The only reason they cut it off is because of
bundle
Wan Trump. We can't do anything that Wan Trump did.
Yeah. He gave
if Trump
this will show Wan Trump. No,
you
just
want
fuck
to
the
know
rest of us,
how
what they did.
Putin has funded everything in Ukraine? He's getting so much money from energy right now, he can't spend it all.
I'll tell you, John.
Not to
this.
mention all the farmland that they own. I wonder why all the cattle and poultry are being killed.
China owns farmland. France, I think, owns. Canada owns. Mexico, I believe, owns. Bill Gates owns farmland.
I live in the middle of it all. Yeah, I live in the middle of all of that. And it's a little, some parts of it are a little spooky, I gotta say. Sometimes I think it's like, it's a little, the concern is inflated. And now I'm not talking about everything that was just said about China, but about, in particular, how we're going to produce food, what acres are going to do what, that sort of thing. I mean, how many, would it be done in just a single generation? The kind of thing where everybody just gets used to that's the way it is now and just starts to cede power over to whoever it is that can, who can produce the food. I really hope it never gets there.
You have to understand that
that's
America.
a good question. What is the fried chicken sponsored a White History Month? What would it be?
You have to understand, and this is what I've told people.
I don't think we eat that much fried chicken.
This is what I've told people for years.
Loco here, it's not even fried.
DJ, this is what I've told people for years. The United States is one big machine. It's a corporation. It's a business. That's what this country is. Yes. It is not so much a country as it is a corporation, a business. And it suits other places around the world, buying up our country land and all that good stuff, making their business plans here. They have divided this place up into one big corporation industry.
Yeah, that'd probably be what it is.
That's what this country is. And the quicker people realize that slavery never died, it simply evolved into the entire country. This whole country is one big slave trade right now. When people realize that you've been outsourced for your labor, your generation, our generation, your father's generation, grandfather, all of our generations have been outsourced for labor to keep this machine going for these cocksuckers and these wars for oil and everything else. When you realize that on a national scale, that we've been lied to and exploited for our labor for other people's benefits, it starts to piss you off to a point to where you want to take action, don't it?
It does, and I think that's
Definitely.
that's motivating people on both sides of the bell curve. Absolutely, I love being stuck in the middle, though. I like being a centrist. I like being able to straddle the fence, so to speak. I like to be able to talk to whoever on the left and right that I can about anything that's possible. One of the entrees that I have that a lot of people that I'm around do not have is this background in the arts. Okay, I'm hanging out, and I myself was an actor. I've done a bunch of shows too. That is liberal. I don't like leftists, but it's liberal. Okay. Anytime I have the opportunity when I'm out at a club or whatever, if I'm standing outside and I have the chance to go one-on-one with somebody who else is having a cigarette, it is surprisingly easy to get people to come to at least beginning to understand or generate a curiosity in all the things that we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
And so, it's like the each one reach one or each one teach one, however you want to do that. It's like instead of sometimes, being in these small, and we're sort of echo chambering even a little bit tonight. Take that echo and make it reverberate from you into other people. Now, I'm not like trying to be some Pollyanna motherfucker here. I'm not. That isn't really me, but oh my God, how I want to encourage everybody to figure out shit for themselves, to go ahead and reach to the left and to the right to figure out which side they want to be on, or like me, I like pieces of both. I'll take you. Either side, as long as you got a head on your shoulders. And I think that's something that's important that is absolutely missing, and you'll have to address it because you're a younger generation. I'm Gen X. I'm on the way young side of Gen X.
I know you're not. I know you're not talking to me.
So I heard what I heard referred to that the class that most kids took in high school, the generation before me called it civics. I like that one. By the time it was to me and the Gen Xers, it was called government class. Now it is not offered.
Yeah.
By any name, it's not offered. So kids don't even have. Go ahead.
When I was in high school, they called it the American experience.
Okay. And that's got to be probably a watered down version of my watered down version.
God damn it.
There you go. Of the previous, of all
you
those
didn't have
things.
air conditioning either, you pussy kids.
We didn't either, man. We barely had fans.
Well, how do you, John, the question, or DJ, I'm sorry. The question is, how do you get a bird to realize that it's in a cage when, the dome is clear around it? The skybox around it's clear, right? If it's in a cage.
The answer to that question is you have to teach the bird how to think critically. And I've said many times, we aren't free. We just have the prettiest bars on our cages.
Yeah.
That's true too, yes.
I mean, if we were really free, our
that?
government wouldn't be to this level, and we would be able to deal with each other freely on an average day, but we don't.
One thing too, and which because the media and the politicians always get everybody to fight with each other, and they all do it online. But DJ, you were talking about acting. I've worked in the entertainment business a long time, behind the camera in the commercial world. So it's most of the people in the production offices are raging lefties. But the good thing about that, you can still get along with everybody as long as none of that shit comes up. Is they don't make that their everyday mantra. You don't talk about politics. They don't talk about. You know where they stand. As long as you don't get, as long as that doesn't affect your work, and you can hang out with them afterwards. I'm friends with a lot of people on the left. We just don't bring up politics or any of this shit. They certainly don't watch this show. Although a couple of them have come in tonight. But we don't make that our 100% that that whole thing. We're not all about that, especially at the workplace. We know when to keep our fucking mouths shut, and do our fucking work, and we get along just fine.
There's plenty of people out of college. There's plenty of people I work with that are way far left than I will ever be, and we just don't talk that. My biggest thing is, as long as if you believe in actual freedom, we can get along.
Right.
Yeah.
That's one of my biggest things. That's why I talk about Phil or Dark and a lot of other guys' streams. As long as you believe in freedom, you belong here.
Yes.
If you're espousing that government is the answer to your problems, no. They are a cancer that sells you cancer to cure cancer. And it's never going to work. You can't give someone lung cancer to cure pancreatic cancer. You just have
Shameless
more
one.
cancer.
And shameless, when I talk about slavery, I'm talking about the mindset, the psychological manipulation on people. Not so much physical, like you see in other countries, the mental aspect of it. And we are.
Well, when you work every day to produce something, and you get a monetary portion of your labor, and then the government gets to take a lot of that monetary labor that you put in, I'm sorry, you're a slave.
How many times does the government tax that dollar that you get from the job you do? They tax your boss for it. They tax you for it, and then when you buy stuff, they tax you again on it, and then when you die, they tax you 60% on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
taxation is theft, point blank. Period.
How is that? Yeah, taxation is theft. I have a fucking red hat with white text that says "Make taxation theft again."
It's actually extortion.
Because yeah, no, the problem I have is within the last couple of years we've printed 80% of the U.S. dollars that exist in this world now, and if we know the government can do that, why are they taking my money when we know that they can print money to do that?
Well, again, and
it's all about control. It's all about control.
Let me throw my tinfoil hat on right here. It's because these people don't care whether they completely destroy America as long as they maintain power. And you're seeing more and more countries. The U.S. currency used to be the reserve currency for everybody around the world, and now you're seeing more and more countries want to step away from that. When more and more countries do, the crash that we've been sitting on top of is going to spiral, and there's going to be no stopping it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, these people are literally, as long as they get to stay in power, they don't care whether the country's in ashes. They don't.
And I'll tell you why that is. Because with these political people like that, like Pelosi and Schumer and all them, their businesses and money are outsourced into other countries around the world, other businesses.
Oh,
they make their money outside the U.S. Look, if the United States, just people out there, use your brain for just a second. If the
I
country
thought insider
is
trading was a crime. Sounds like that's all they do.
If
there's a Nancy Pelosi Twitter channel.
If the country is $32 trillion in debt, that means they're not making money off you and I out here. Because we all owe about $80,000 a piece in debt to the country.
Probably closer to 100K to 150K at this point.
That means that their profits and money have to come from somewhere else, but still make us beneficial in some way, shape, form, or another. And that's where you get all of the labor in China and all the business and all that good stuff. Oil.
Getting off the gold standard started all this bullshit.
It did.
Yes.
It really did. Because then money could just be printed. It didn't have to be.
You guys have a overpass picked out to live under, because I think we're all going to be under there in about 5 fucking years.
Yeah. No, I got a bug out area. I got a bug out area I'm going to once the shit hits the fan.
Yeah, I got a creek down there I'm going to go live by.
A van down by the river.
Oh yeah, I'm just going to go home.
I literally have like 4 or 5 people that I've talked to. If shit hits the fan, I'm bringing as many fucking propane tanks as I have.
I gotta take a picture of some of the overpasses here. They've cleaned out a few of them, but they just moved to another one. And you should see some of these RVs and shit that are parked under there, and just the trash pile up that's going on there. I was gonna say, there's a bum standing right on the side of the freeway, like digging in the gutter right where the cars get. I was like, dude, what?
I've got a group of people that want to. I got a group of people that if shit goes sideways, I'm gonna join up with them, and I'm gonna bring all of my blacksmithing stuff, or as much blacksmithing stuff as I can, so we can fix our shit, and I can be a productive member of the new society.
Dude, one of my
you'd be the new Chaz Doan blacksmith. There you go.
That's probably one of my biggest trips into gunsmithing and a lot of other things. I may not be the one out there running and gunning, but I can fix your shit and get you back up and running.
Coop, if I was in your area, you'd be the guy I'd bug out. I'd try to go bug out with, because between the two of us, we could almost fix anything.
Oh yeah, and
Well,
I can still blacksmith some. I mean, I've got my. Although I ain't toting that 171-pound goddamn anvil anywhere.
Yeah.
I've got. That's the hard part. But I've got like 100 books about how to do blacksmithing. So if there's something we don't know how to do, we don't have to look at the YouTube video. We have a fucking like 100-year-old book to look at.
And I'm big on
votes.
Yeah, and I'm big on having textbooks for a lot of things. The books that
Well,
are
everybody
need
needs to have downloaded on their phone a survival manual and like a survival book. Because if the grids go down, you have it downloaded on your phone in a PDF. If not that, at least buy one.
I'll say this.
I want to riff on that really quick. I want to say maybe not on your phone unless you're going to offload it to another device. Like have a tablet, have an old computer. I mean, have something where you are archiving those things. Because if you put all your eggs in that one basket and you need to know how to stick these two pieces of metal together, well, that stuff is gone if you don't. You know what I'm saying?
But if the physical format is what you need to do. If you have a PDF of it, print it out. Keep it somewhere safe. If you can get a physical copy of it, if anybody wants to learn how to blacksmith, there's a book called The New Edge of the Anvil. It's like $15-$20 on Amazon. Buy a copy.
Yeah,
it has everything you need to learn, everything you need to know about how to blacksmith things.
By the way, Illuminati, speaking of that, AT&T just had a huge data breach, which pretty much affects all their phone customers, I being one of them. So,
Go figure.
One thing I think people don't understand about how they're going to have to be able to survive is their food sometimes, and I don't think it's not because they don't think ahead to the point where maybe if the grocery store closes, we all had to run on toilet paper and every other goddamn shy on the shelf kind of stuff is gardening. Oh my God! If you live in an apartment that doesn't even, if you don't even own ground, you can get potting soil and learn how to grow something.
Starbucks will always be open. I'll just go there.
This is why I first said find a survival book. Buy a survival book. Own a survival book. At least one. At least one survival book.
I agree, and putting into practice some of the things that you can do now. Like it's kind of impractical for me to like become the blacksmith right now. But what's around me is a hell of a lot of dirt. What's around me are plenty of opportunities, as long as you're not using stuff from your produce department, because those things likely are not going to hatch. They're just not going to do that because they're not bred to do that kind of thing. But if you get some seeds, I'm not trying to freak out and put a tinfoil hat on, but I'm trying to convince people and I'm from the state of Nebraska, guys, get your fingers in some dirt, push some seeds down into it, figure out that if you do something one way and it's not going to work, there's another way to get it done. Pass it back to you.
The average
that's very smart, by the way.
The average American
books, chisel it. Yeah. Chisel on
the average American has about a half a week or a week's worth of food in their fridge and available to them. And so if you're one of those people, you need to learn how to cultivate your own food, because you're only going to have a week's worth of food in your fridge if society collapses and you can't get food at the grocery store.
Oh, I'll tell you a skill that a lot of Americans
pigeon every day.
Yeah, I'll tell you a skill that a lot of Americans can use, whether it's in a city, whether it's a country, or anything else, and that is just general animal trapping. Whether it's with rat traps, whether it's with conibear traps, foothold traps, snares, stuff like that. Because those are working 24 hours a day, where you can only hunt so many hours a day.
Same thing with trot lines and fishing. Learn how to do that, because that's not that damn hard. Put a string across a moving body of water, hang some hooks from it. Oh my God. Yeah, and I don't think a lot of people have thought past, like Ike is saying, those 3 days worth of food. It's the kind of thing, I'll go out and hunt. It's like, really, motherfucker, have you had a gun in your hands and had a bead drawn on a mammal?
Mexican dude, they all have chickens in their fucking yard. They're ready.
I heard it.
I don't think people are prepared for that. I don't think they're prepared for that. I don't think they understand how hard it is to take a squirrel out of a tree. I mean, for us or some of us, it's not that hard. But for somebody who's an absolute novice, good fucking luck, man. Go ahead.
Most people aren't going to look at Bambi and look at him big brown eyes and squeeze the trigger.
Or be able to gut the goddamn thing, Coop.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If they happen to down it because they luck out on a shot or something like that, good luck, zipping it open, taking the pluck out, and knowing how to do any butchery.
Shameless, you should always second guess this kind of shit, especially. You should always second guess everything you see and hear, especially in the mainstream media. Always.
And DJ,
Third,
I've
fourth,
heard
and
it
fifth
put.
guess it.
I heard somebody put it like this once: every single man on the face of the planet needs to know how to hunt for food, hunt and get fresh water, know how to build shelter. At any point in time in their life, it's something that should be a lifelong skill. Knowing how to grow food out of seeds, and cultivating, shooting your own food, trapping your own food.
You can go and for
boiling
people
water.
who say if you've got like me, I've got dried black-eyed peas and stuff in my pantry. You can take those and wrap those in a moist paper towel, and if they sprout out within a couple of days, they're plantable. A couple years ago, when I did have my big garden out back, I planted a bunch of them. Now, you may not know whether they're bush beans or pole beans at the time, but they will produce.
At that point, it doesn't matter.
No, I did one. It's been 2 years ago because I've had some things going on in the last 2 years. I haven't run a garden, but 2 years ago, I bought store-bought actual growing seeds. And then I took a bag of black-eyed peas that had been sitting in my pantry for a long time. It's either black-eyed or purple holes. May have been black eyes. But sprouted some of the seeds. 90% of them sprouted. So I planted them. They produced just as good as the store or the seeds I got from the feed and seed.
Yep.
And then the fucking deer found my garden and it was over.
Oh, no. I got a dumb question. I got a dumb question for the panel. How many of you have actually eaten squirrel before?
Many times.
I've eaten it before.
Not me.
Yo, have.
Many times.
I was given a piece of squirrel jerky from Norman Reedus.
Am I the only weirdo here that didn't eat squirrel? What the fuck?
It's stringy. If you've ever eaten squirrel, squirrel dumplings,
Norman Reedus from the Boondock Saints gave me squirrel jerky, and I couldn't say no.
if you've ever eaten squirrel dumplings, it's kind of stringy. The meat's a little stringy.
It can be. Now
good.
you can take squirrel, and I've had it fried a lot of times in my life. You can actually take squirrel, throw it in a pressure cooker after it's fried, and then it's nowhere near as chewy. And it is kind of a chewy meat.
That's a good thing to know.
They're a chewy meat. Now,
I've had steak before.
My mother and father-in-law take all their squirrels and they cook them down in Brunswick stew. And then it's not stringy. It's been cooked down. The shit is fucking amazing. But yeah, it's all
about the seasoning.
Well, I mean, you look at, again, like I was talking about trapping. So even in a very urban environment, if you know some general things about trapping, let's face it, if we got down to it, rats are freaking protein. And you can trap a shit
people would
ton
still
of them.
complain if you put ketchup on it.
Well, I'm not a big fan of ketchup on anything but French fries.
If society collapses, the worst thing we're going to worry about is not having ketchup to put on the rats.
sauce for the squirrel.
Yeah. If you're eating A1 with your squirrels, you're you hold your pinky out when you drink your coffee.
Hold on. Donald Trump eats his steak well done with ketchup. Just going to say that much.
Okay, so that is a complete hit against Donald Trump. Because there's only one way to do a steak, and that is to put grill marks on it, get it about lukewarm, and still be bleeding. If a good vet can bring it back to life, that's a good steak.
You want to make it moo? Is that the gig? It's got to moo when you poke it.
He wants it to moo before
what
he
was
eats
the line
it.
from the Cowboy Way? Dude asked him how he wanted his steak. He said, whack his horns off, wipe his nasty old ass, and put him right here on the plate. Yeah, that's a steak.
Well,
you eat them like super rare, don't you?
Oh,
people talk about meat and squirrels and rabbits and all that, but part of the Boy Scouts was learning, the trees and the berries and the nuts and stuff that you could eat in case you couldn't get to that. That's
Dude,
something that I think we need to learn.
Yes, the gathering part of hunter-gatherer. Absolutely,
Yeah.
you are right, man. And the basic field
Yes.
guide. I mean, Ike, let's toss that into the pile of much needed kind of things. And if you can remember from the Krakauer novel, Enter the Wild, that's how the guy died, by eating just the wrong plant that he misidentified, kind of thing. And it's like that. I'm glad to hear somebody say scout. Outlaw, were you a scout?
No, but I
used to be. I never graduated, but I was a Boy Scout for at least the two.
Now they're not
two
allowed
of
to be
the-
called Boy
Two of the
Scouts
things.
anymore.
Hey,
Right.
you shut. God damn it! I hate that.
I was too
It's
busy
true, though.
hunting, fishing, and doing shit outside to be a Boy Scout.
No. Coop,
See,
Coop
there you
was
go.
too
You have the
busy
practical
being
application of a lot of things that I had to treat as an academic practice until I got out in the field to do those things. And I don't have all the skills that you gathered, Coop, to do that. But it's like that's one of the things that I would like people to understand is when you get, and I don't remember who said it just now, your food, your water, your shelter. What the fuck else do you need then? Figure it out. But those are the building blocks for those things. And one more thing before I pass it back to you, I kind of get I don't know. After I turned 50, I just don't eat as much meat as I once did. That used to be the big thing on the plate, right? Now it's the smallest thing on the plate. I'm not a vegetarian. I love to eat. My steak's got to be a little more well done than that. Medium well is for me. But here's a gig. Here's something to understand. A half a cup of beans is 1 ounce of protein, period. So you want you want some protein in your diet, and like all it's I guess, and it's not any of these people immediately, but I just hear far too often, oh, you got to have meat. It's like bullshit. Come on, it's nice, but it's not necessary.
As I understand it, you've got to have a well balance of both.
Yeah, so beans are one of those
fair.
things, kind of a complex protein. So you need it with like a rice or another starch to really gain the benefits from it. But if you go back and probably all of us have, you watch the cowboy movies and what was their dinner? Beans and this and beans and that. Well, that's because that's where they got that complex protein was, because they didn't have a way to preserve meat besides salting it over long periods of time or jerking it. I know I said jerking it, and all you bastards are gonna go.
Yeah, I know. No. Anime likes to jerk his meat.
Well, Coop. Even the art of salting. No, look, even the art of salting meat and knowing how to preserve it when the refrigerators go out is another.
People don't know.
Skill.
It very
don't know
much
it.
is.
Hey, did anybody hear this? Was there
Salting,
some other shenanigans at the RNC that they had to deal with? Anybody hear this going?
The dude with the
they
AK
arrested the
walked up.
dude.
Somebody try to pop somebody, or is this just media panic?
No, I think
All right,
it's
so
just some
hold on.
dude
So hold on. So what happened there? So I know exactly what happened with what he's talking about. What happened was there was a shooting 1.5 miles from the exclusion zone at the RNC at a bad neighborhood for Milwaukee, and an Ohio police officer shot and killed a homeless person.
See, I didn't hear about that. I heard the guy that was like walking in the exclusion zone with an AK with a ski mask on.
That's
that
not
was
what I heard.
reported
I was
today.
watching the other thing live.
Boys with the masks.
Yeah, it was.
Let me look that one up.
Look up RNC AK pistol. That'll probably get you there quickest.
I think Dave Carr's talking about the shooting earlier this morning before all of the speeches started, and I watched a bunch of that live. When it was happening.
I didn't even hear about that one. I got home from work today at like.
This is just black folks shooting at each other. Well, we don't care about that.
That's probably exactly what it was.
I got home from work today about 4 something. It was so hot and so freaking tired. I took a shower and I went to sleep for a few hours.
There it is right here. First article: man wearing ski mask, armed with an AK-47 pistol, arrested near RNC venue.
So it wasn't AR-15 this time, like usual, right?
Yeah. So John Trump did a report about that early from what I saw tonight when I woke up and started catching up on everything.
Didn't even have to use my AK. I gotta say it was.
This one's from Fox News. Armed man in ski mask arrested while approaching Republican National Convention perimeter in Milwaukee.
Bacon's not doing the beans and rice show again. He's doing
AK-47 pistol. Yeah. So no, there was a shooting death 1.5 miles from the convention.
I was a brownie
I
until
haven't even heard about that yet.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
But again, I mean, you're in Milwaukee. There are very bad parts of Milwaukee.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking too.
Chicago Light.
And there's somebody that I follow. I can't remember their name. And they were explaining what happened. Is like, so there was a shooting a mile and a half from the RNC convention in a bad part of Milwaukee. Why is that newsworthy?
It's not. Besides the fact that the RNC is going on right now, that's
yeah, exactly.
They gotta throw shade at everything.
The problem is we have every single news organization on the fucking planet at the RNC right now, mainly because of the assassination attempt.
Yeah.
They all ended up over there, and everybody was fucking reporting on it.
Well, I mean, it's just as much a jackass decision as NASCAR going to Chicago and having a fucking street race in the middle of a crime-ridden city.
Yeah,
these people
that
are fucking
doesn't
Not
fall
wrong,
on the,
not
the
wrong.
end of the best thought out decisions that I've ever seen.
This is the first I've heard about the ski mask thing. I'm going to talk about this on
They
Friday.
wanted more diversity.
If I can hit some of this tomorrow.
By the way,
depends on how work goes.
Microsoft just fired their whole DEI fucking.
No, hold on, Phil. Phil, I'm going to correct you there.
Yeah.
Microsoft fired a DEI department.
Oh,
that's
there's
how
more
all
than
of the,
one?
That's all of the,
Oh, geez.
Yeah, more
They
than
fired one. They fired one
that's
DEI department.
That's a good
And
start.
after, there was an internal email that was sent after the fact from the host of the guy that was in charge of that, and it wasn't financially viable to keep that department around anymore.
It wasn't financially viable to ever have them in the first place.
Talk about DEI
Yes.
hires. And since I'm in Alabama and I do work for the college system and the community college system in Alabama, Alabama this last session basically passed a bill to shutter all these DEI departments in colleges. And I'm still waiting for that to hit to see exactly what happens. But at least I think it passed. I don't know whether the governor signed it. So I'm kind of waiting to see that bounce of this particular ball.
I'm surprised Kay Ivey gets anything done. I mean, Jesus Christ,
I'm not so surprised Kay gets anything done. And I spent a lot of time, like when a constitutional carry or a permitless carry was trying to get passed in Alabama, I spent a lot of time streaming a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
I am amazed more people didn't look at the arguments that were being made and didn't just vote a lot of these people out.
DEI, Coop, you know this. DEI hasn't been around very long, but we already know that it sucks.
Well,
it does not
around.
work.
I'll take exception with that. It's been around for a long time. This is just another name for it.
Yeah.
It started with the oh god, it was even back in the 80s. I can't remember what it was called then. Then it was I'm going completely fucking brain dead. Then it switched to something else. Then it switched to equality. Then it switched to equity. Now it's DEI.
Yeah.
And
well,
it's complete manipulation is what it is.
Well, we've seen it in movies. We've seen it in, comic books. We've seen it in the workforce. We just seen it on display a few days ago at that Trump rally. It does not work. We seen it just a few months ago with that submarine that killed them people on board.
You
right?
also have
people who had no business designing a fucking submarine that killed people.
You also have those people that are like, I'm not going to get on a plane if they said we have DEI hires flying the plane. Because I want the best person to fly the plane. If it's a woman, that's fine. But if they're celebrating it being a woman flying the plane, I'm not getting on that fucking plane.
Well, most of us land, and whether it's my chats, Outlaws chats, Phil's chats, anything that DJ's involved, all of us, we want the best person for the job. I don't care what that person looks like.
Yes.
I don't.
Exactly.
The doctor that my wife had for both of our children was a female doctor, and she was outstanding. And would definitely. There were a couple situations, especially with my daughter, where She just about went ape shit because the way other doctors were treating things. And my daughter was an emergency C-section. And definitely when my son was born, there were some issues. She was all over that shit. So I don't care that it was a woman. I mean, me and Becky, my wife, were sitting in the OB's office one time, and my wife was talking about, you know, getting her tubes tied. We hit the point where Becky didn't want any more kids. We got 2. And doctor looked at me and went, I don't care what you have to say about this. We're going to listen to her. And the easiest thing is for you to get fixed. And she was honest about it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So it is. It's an outpatient procedure. Think about it. Think about it, boys. You get your sac gets slit. It comes in there. They pull one thing out, snip it, tie it, put it back in. You're sore for 3 days.
Oh,
Your old lady's got to do a whole bunch of internal stuff. It's invasive compared.
I
to
felt like I had a
isn't
midget punching me in the nuts for like 2 weeks. And I'm
And
not
a
a pussy when it comes to pain.
2 weeks? I'm sorry, man. 2 weeks? Shit.
Isn't a vasectomy reversible though? Is my question.
It can.
It
be,
is.
Yeah. Which a tubal ligation can be reversible.
Yeah,
But
that's
it's
so.
easier
So
to do it on a guy
but that's an invasive
there's
procedure, a
less stuff
very
to mess with.
invasive procedure.
Yeah.
You getting fixed is easier,
Oh, dude.
and it helps everybody.
Not
Outpatient.
to get too graphic on this, but my right side, she took
Oh my
forever
God.
on because apparently had a really thick tube, and I could feel shit pulling in my belly button when she was trying to get it out there to cut it. My left side, thank God I didn't want to blow my brains out on that one. That one went pretty quick, but I did. Shit swelled up. I felt like I had a midget. 2 weeks, I felt like a midget just fucking Rocky in my shit.
Do your balls
Doing the
hang
speed
low,
bag on your
do
balls?
they wobble to and
Oh yeah,
fro?
just
Do they?
speed bagging it the whole time.
I will say this when it comes to that, because you guys know I'm MGTOW. I don't get into all that really, but I would say that's more of like a personal decision between you and your spouse.
Oh
But
yeah, well, me and the wife talked about it. Like, okay, well, it is easier for me to do it than it is for you. I'm not going to put you under that. I'm going to go ahead and do it. Schedule the appointment. Let's ride.
Bacon,
Talk to
should we ask
Bacon
you,
about it.
should we ask you how you know?
Talk,
I don't think we will.
talk to Bacon about it. He's gotten one of those before too.
I mean, if
But-
they can,
but, you know,
if
when
a
it
tranny
came-
get the procedure, they can reverse that.
Yeah.
Certainly, they can reverse.
When it came down to
You
it,
can't
though,
reverse a
and
trade
one of the reasons I liked my wife's doctor so much is because she was on point and she was very honest with everything.
Mhm.
You know, extremely honest. I mean, when I'm sitting there with
doctor-
my wife, because I went to most of my wife's appointments where we were doing stuff, unless there were like 2 I didn't make it to. And when the doctor just tells the dude, "Hey, dude, you just shut up for right now. These are the risks. These are how these things go. I'm going to give you the information now. You two can figure it out." That's
sounds like the
chick
perfect
I want
doctor.
on the job.
Yeah.
So that sounds like the perfect doctor. The thing is when you have the doctor that's trying to push a fucking agenda is when
Yeah.
you have the fucking problem.
No, Reese,
Or anybody, really.
there's no point in time where I thought my wife's doctor, because you have to understand just a little bit of background on it. The hospitals themselves, even some of the staff at the hospitals, did not like my wife's doctor because she would get in their ass. I mean,
Of
and
course
she was very assertive on things.
Bulldog.
So,
Well, yeah.
I mean, whenever I dealt with her, and she was always great. Hell, she was just, to me, she was an amazing doctor. But when it came down to certain things, she was like, "Okay, this is a conversation we're having. You can just shut up because you're not the one right here." And I had no problems with it at all.
Assertive doctors aren't necessarily the worst, especially when it comes to them being assertive about it's going to be better if you do it this way
Yes.
instead of that,
So
and
if they're assertive
being
about
100%
getting the
honest
jab,
about it.
then we've got problems.
If
See,
they're
that's why I want the
together,
fuck out.
if they're together,
Honesty is what I was talking about, Phil.
if
Right.
they're together and the man's comfortable with getting the snip, yeah, that's their business. I'm not gonna, give him shit about it.
No,
I just know, me personally, I'm not getting no snip.
No,
That's not
and she never, like I said, the doctor just kind of laid everything out. And especially since my wife is so much younger than me, it was like, look, you have plenty of time to figure this out. If he gets cut, that shit's reversible. It's a whole lot less invasive procedure to do it on him versus you. There's a whole lot less risk with it. Now, she didn't warn me I was going to feel like a midget was punching me in the nuts for fucking 2 weeks. I would have never gone through that on the disclaimer.
She didn't have transparency on that issue.
I mean,
she didn't know. She didn't know because
2 + 2 does not equal 4.
No, your
racist.
doctor didn't know because she didn't have a girl dick.
No, I will say this. I don't think my doctor ever had a girl dick. She was ex-army. She retired as an officer. I was
making a joke, but
yeah.
I typically don't hold that against
you know how
somebody.
you don't
I
have
had
an
enough
EEI hire when they don't need to tell you what race and stuff they are. Did you know I was the first black doctor? When you don't hear none of that. If you're
talking
about All in the Family a while ago, there was an episode, if you remember, and this is about almost 50 years ago, where Archie needed some kind of operation. He goes in and finds out the doctor is like a black chick from Trinidad or something. Hi, I'm your doctor. And he fucking flipped the fuck out. They were trying to convince him, doctor, Archie, what's the fucking problem over here? It's like, she is.
To take something from the same era. There was a MASH episode where there was a racist soldier who was in for something, and they put shoe polish on him because he didn't want a transfusion from a black dude. Phil, even at 50 years, that stuff seems like it's impossibly in the past. Kind of deal. And like you were saying before, like you can't make the same kind of comedy. We can't laugh at ourselves. Everything's everybody has to have something.
The fact that you have Klinger dressing as a woman to get out of the army is completely opposite of what's going on now.
Well,
Klinger was the best part.
Everybody suffers from this celebrity complex where they just can't fail. They just don't want to fail in postmodern society, and
because you got everybody on TikTok. When you have the media referring to people as TikTok stars, they start to believe it.
Hold on.
Like, you're not stars. You're an idiot with a phone.
Hold on.
Like the rest of us.
Hold on. You're outlaw. You're talking about main character syndrome.
Yes.
They're the main character. They're the main character of the story, and so they have more worth than everybody else. It's the same guys that do those stupid prank videos.
Oh God! Don't get me
By
started.
the way, taking is the Ministry of Love anywhere near the Ministry of Beer? We should ask Bob if
it's where the thought process comes from. Of I just can't be wrong. Everything I believe has to be right, or
exactly.
They just can't have anything wrong.
And if you try to throw an analogy to some of those folks, they are so concreted in their head that they can't think in the abstract.
Yes.
Right.
It's like, oh my God, dude. Like, how am I supposed to communicate with you if you can't get outside of that single room? The one that is illuminated by you and reflects only on you. You guys are making good points. Go ahead.
And DJ, that is exactly the direct result, the aftermath of the psychological manipulation warfare. They have become holistic products of their indoctrinational way of thinking. I mean, they have been weaponized in their teachings.
Outlaw, I'm going to say this. Like, you have all these people that think that they have all of the answers and everything they say is correct and they cannot be wrong. I'm at least a slightly humble human being. I'll admit when I'm wrong. I will 100% admit when I'm wrong. Sometimes I'll be bullheaded about it, but like that's one of the biggest problems with a lot of these other people, other like influencers and stuff. Call them out. They're not going to admit that they're wrong.
No, you have to allow yourself to be wrong.
I have a billion
followers.
You cannot be right about everything.
You've got to come to the realization that you will be wrong about things. You can't be right about everything. It's impossible.
I've said it on my channel a lot.
Shit, if I did a shot every time I was wrong, I wouldn't be sober ever in my life.
It can be very hard to change my mind on things, but I will admit if I am wrong on something, and I will never purposely lie to anybody at all.
Well, here's the reason why. because we live in an ever-changing world where information is constantly changing.
Yes.
If you're keeping the mindset of you can never be wrong, and you believe that in all sincerity, you're a fucking
gotta
fool.
believe
No,
me.
You have fooled yourself.
Outlaw. You're saying it wrong. They believe it's their truth.
Yeah. Well,
I hate that
don't believe
phrase.
in their truth.
I
hate
know
it. I
Mike
hate it.
is
You
right.
just tell Outlaw he was wrong.
I hate it
but-
too. I hate it too. But that's what they call it. It's my truth, and I'm living my truth. I'm a woman now. It's my truth. You got to believe me, and you got to fucking tell me that I'm a woman from this point forward.
Just like when somebody calls their significant other a partner. When you hear somebody, like if a man's married to a woman or however it goes, and they call the significant other a partner.
Gavin Newsom would be one of those people. Yes.
I want a nail bite. I want to grip my
wife
teeth.
is my first partner.
My brother's sister's wife and himself call themselves partner.
Jesus Christ.
Once upon a time,
And
we
I
had
said, I said brother
husbands
sister.
and
I said brother sister on purpose because I have a transgender brother now.
I just call my wife, and typically in conversations I call her baby.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I
Yes,
talk
but-
about how
but-
nice the Hooters and butt are. But that's
the partner thing comes from this, and I've done a video about it before on the channel. It comes from this very contractual way that we have marriage figured in the West. Right? Marriage is a contract. It's a business contract between the state.
Yes, it is.
So
it used to be
it
used to be a contract between you and God.
The partnership, the word partner in that vocabulary is technically, they're using the business vernacular. I mean, it is a word you'd use in business language when you're writing up contracts. You partner, business partner, and that's what marriage has come down to. It's a business partner contract between two consenting people.
Certified by the state.
And
Yeah.
hold on. No, you're right, DJ. Two consenting people and the government.
Mm-hmm.
I can legally marry people.
Here's the dirty secret that a lot of people
I'm
don't
ordained in
know
3 different
about marriage.
religions.
I've got one. The Church of the Dude.
Church of the Dude, a fellow pastor. All right.
So you're a Dudist priest too?
Yep.
Women can't handle themselves.
But
fist bump right now.
The dirty thing that a lot of people don't want to talk about is marriages are not this 50-50 partnership. There are plenty of times where my wife puts in 100% and I'm putting in fucking 0. And there are times where I put in 100%, she's putting in 0. Or say 80-20.
That's true. We've never heard ask for a feminist to help them because we know they can't help anybody.
It's never this absolute partnership. It never.
Help! I need a feminist.
Right.
Said nobody ever.
Right.
Including other
Yeah,
women.
nobody.
Right, because human beings aren't perfect, right? We're all mistakes
So,
and flaws and all that. Yeah.
I am probably one of the most imperfect people you will meet on this damn planet, and I fully acknowledge that.
Oh yeah.
There's no such thing as perfect person because perfect is subjective. I mean, who's to say what's perfect? Everybody has their own idea of what perfect is. You know?
Who sets
Well,
the
like I
standard?
said moments ago, you have to acknowledge you have flaws. You have to acknowledge you can be wrong about stuff. Hell, I could be wrong about the shit I say. If I am, it's in the way. The thing about it, it's in the way that you approach somebody, the way you speak. To it.
Yes.
If you come to somebody and try to correct them, like, "Oh, you're a fucking asshole. You're a moron. Like, you need to be locked up." Fuck all that.
No,
that's one of the reasons why I don't like debating. I love watching people debate. I just don't like participating in it because every time you watch 2 or more people debate, you always have it set up to where there's a winner and a loser. That's not debating.
That's
debating is
right
both
there.
sides.
Debating I'll share a stream out on X, and I've had cases where someone who completely disagrees with me comes in chat, and even though most of my chat is the Blue Ridge Mafia, I'll tell them don't ban anybody, but I'll throw a link out in the chat. Hey, if you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. And to a point, I will be as polite as I can possibly be, unless you ramp it up. And if you ramp it up, then asshole comes out.
Mm-hmm.
But most people want this 1 second hit. Oh, I'm going to type the comment, and they don't want to talk about it. They don't.
Yeah.
Keyboard warrior.
For
Yeah.
me,
And a lot of people don't have. A lot of people don't. It's not only that they don't have. They have maybe motivation, but they're concerned about their skills. And like Outlaw said, it's like there's a winner and a loser here. Nobody wants to sign up to be a fucking loser.
that's how they set up politics, dude.
But
Debating,
yeah, I'm with you.
But
I'm with you.
debating.
But
This
beat
is
me
what-
on the idea. If you racism, beat someone on the idea.
Yeah.
That's how you actually change someone's mindset. Is you don't necessarily go after them a lot of times. You actually debate the idea, figure out where a
Yes.
person's at, and then
Yes.
you present facts to them. And if your facts can persuade them, well, then you've just changed their fact pattern.
Coop, you work in the college industry. You said, to me, this is what debating is, and we've lost this ability in this culture. Debating is two or more sides coming to the table of ideas and exchanging ideas,
yes,
and trying to learn something from one another, and walking away with both or more parties enriched with information they didn't have. That is
Even
not
if we don't agree.
what we have.
Well said, Outlaw.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
even
debating
if
is actually about. Go ahead, brother. Sorry about that.
You know, sometimes it's hard for us.
Even
Some
if
of
we
us
end
to
up
be.
not agreeing on the ideals or.
And look, I've said it numerous times on my own channel. Said
Hold
it
on.
yesterday.
Either it's my connection or we just lost somebody.
I don't know. And look,
it
I
might have been
said
your
it
connection.
yesterday.
Yeah, I did that earlier. Hey, Success, is Whataburger open that late? I didn't know that.
Oh shit.
We don't have that here, but I have had Whataburger.
Oh hell
elsewhere.
yeah.
No,
I was gonna say, where you gonna get a cheeseburger at 3 a.m. other than McDonald's? Maybe you have to go
and
to
look,
a Denny's
this-
or something like that.
This is what I've said in MGTOW, and I say it Red Pill all the time. This is what people don't understand about this philosophy. You're not attacking women, the physical meat suit that women are. You're attacking those thoughts, ideas, opinions, and actions they put forward behind it. Right?
Yes.
And that's what it all boils down to. You're fighting ideas put into practice that people do. That's what you're supposed to fight. You're not supposed to make personal ad hominem attacks against a person.
Yeah.
No.
And so many
Although
people have picked up this one simple piece of logic. You know, you don't make personal ad hominem attacks. That's why I can't stand left versus right politics, because that's what it's become. I'm
too.
right, you're wrong, fuck off.
I can't. Well, I'll say this. I can't say I don't get to that point, because when I run into someone who can't make a factual argument, everything is emotional. I will get to the point where I am to the fuck you at that point. And another character flaw probably, but like even on X, I've seen plenty of people who throw out absolutely insane information. And again, you have a supercomputer on you at all times.
I think all of our
and it would be very, it would be very simple to do some very basic research, but you don't want to do the research because it is going to completely destroy your ideal about something.
Right.
Make your brain hurt.
Like, oh,
Makes my
shit,
brain
that
hurt.
was my whole argument right out the window.
And that's when I get to the point where I really can be the fuck you, just eat one,
I do
because
too.
I'm just there's no way to take someone who comes from a completely emotional argument, persuade them with facts, and then kind of change that point of view, because everything's emotional with them. Everything.
Oh yeah.
And I've told students for years, when you're learning something, if you're getting emotional, you're getting frustrated or something like that, it's time to step away from it and come back at it, because when your brain is concerned with emotions, you quit learning. You quit actually absorbing information.
Absolutely.
It's like when you
So,
see
I mean,
those
there's
clips,
times where
when you see the clips of the dude like interviewing like the 4 or 5 dippy chicks, you know what I mean? And they're all emotional and they're all, so what does feminism
one?
mean to you? It's
There's
like,
thousands
I mean,
of those.
whatever, whoever does these fucking shows, I see the clips of them all the time. I don't know what these shows are called or anything, but it's always like two guys interviewing 5 stupid broads, and they're up. Oh my god, you're such a pig. Oh my god, it's like, how the fuck is this entertaining? It's like, they're not going to answer anything intelligently. They're going to focus on emotions and emotions only. That's the one where the really big. Remember the one where the really big fat Jabba the Hutt bitch was on there talking about, well, here's my standards for a man. It's like, she just became a meme. You need a handrail to get into a swimming pool. Get out of here.
Yeah, it's the reason, like, say on this whole argument of guns are the leading cause of children, that even on a stream, we've run through CDC statistics, the violent whatever supporting statistics, and the only way you get to that number is if you include people who are involved in a lot of gangbanging, a lot of drugs, and then you exclude the youngest children who die from in some cases, preventable causes, but in other cases, sudden infant death syndrome and stuff like that.
It's not all guns.
And Coop, it was either 22 or 23 when I think it was in 22, where they expanded the age that they're calling them children. It's to 21 now. It's like, oh my God, that's a 21-year-old? Dudes, come on.
And
no.
who is committing a lot of this fight? You have gangs who will take kids as young as 13 and turn them into the shooters because they know if they get convicted of the murder at 13, they're not going to serve a life in prison.
Mm-hmm.
So that violence that the gangs actually, commit is done by younger and younger people. Yeah. They get more and more notoriety from it. And they're counted as children that are, killed by guns. It's manipulation of the facts.
Politicians spend way too much time talking and thinking about children. Leave the fucking children. Leave all the rest of us alone too. Leave us the fuck alone.
I agree wholeheartedly to that.
I've used the analogy before. You don't take every type of cancer, throw it in the same bucket, call it cancer. Right. There's no way to address it at that point. You don't address prostate cancer the same way you do lung cancer or something like that, or melanoma. Breast cancer. You have to break things down into actual causations or possible causations, and then you can address it. But they don't want to address the actual underlying causations. They just want to address the thing. Because if they address the thing, they don't have to address all the other causations.
Right.
That they actually caused.
Yep.
It's the reason they throw suicides in with so-called gun deaths, but they won't address the things that are causing people to commit suicide.
Literally and figuratively on that one, man. Absative.
Yeah, because guns are the problem and not mental health.
Yeah, because no one commits suicide with anything but a gun. Didn't you know that? They've never hung themselves, poisoned themselves, jumped in front of
I've been told that for decades.
Well, it's not only that; it's the fact that our criminal justice system does not punish crimes in a way that it's effective on a subconscious level to the rest of the people. Right. So if somebody goes out here and commits a crime right now, the way it's set up, say a homeless guy, well, he just figured out that 3 hots and a cot is better in a prison cell than where he's living under a bridge right now.
So
that's the problem.
Oh, and instead of military industrial complex, it's prison industrial complex. Those things are money makers. They want them full. They want to be able to. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Why they release
the prisons will make money off of them, and everybody will win in the end. And the country gets a little bit more criminal like-minded because other people learns from that type of behavior, and they go out and do the same thing.
It gets even worse. It gets even worse, though, Outlaw. You have the George Soros DAs like the one in Multnomah County in Portland that isn't prosecuting people for crimes that have to do with BLM riots or crimes that have to do with petty theft.
Well, and then Phil asks, well, why are they releasing criminals? It's simple. In a lot of cases, they need these criminals to push more of their policies for more control.
You think so?
Absolutely.
I don't
Okay,
know about
okay.
that.
I've never heard
I-
anybody
I
express
actually-
an opinion on that, so I'm not like
Actually, I
trying to
actually-
deride it. I'm trying to understand it.
No,
Go ahead.
Coop, I actually disagree with that, but I'd like to hear your theory.
Well, think about it. So, for a society, whether it's a city, town, whatever, to actually want more government control over things, you have to put them in a position where they're so miserable, where they say the government has to come
That
in and do
makes sense.
something. So, like a lot of the violent criminals that are out, they've shot people, they've murdered people, whatever, and they serve a sentence of, I don't know, say 3 years.
Yes, it can't be a
10
coincidence
years.
that almost every major city has some really commie leftist DA that's just letting people
Yes.
out of the joint. you know?
So when it comes to Soros
We were just
and
talking
others,
about that.
yeah. So when it comes to Soros and others that are putting people back out on the street, those people are useful tools in their hand. They create disruption, and they also make everybody else so miserable that everybody else goes, "We need the government to take care of this." No, there's already laws, and if you enforce the
All
law,
the government knows how to do is fuck things up.
It's not even just
All we know how to do.
enforce the laws. You elect the people that are going to enforce those laws. And if they're not enforcing those laws, you elect somebody else that's going to enforce those laws. I'm talking about the DAs.
But I'm serious.
This is why you vote. This is why you vote for people in local elections.
In a lot of these cases where you're seeing prosecutors that will not go after people that are violent, people committing shootings, it is all
Schmidt.
about, again, that whole cancer deal, and we're going to sell you more cancer to cure the cancer. What are we going to do? We're going to ban all guns and no one gets shot. Why? Because this very small group in a very small number of counties in the United States causes the vast majority of gun violence. It is intentional.
Yeah, it's true.
Coop,
Yeah. I
Coop,
agree.
what I'm talking about is something completely different than what you're
Anime,
talking
stop fapping. I don't know why you're fapping to this, but stop fapping.
Well, look at this.
Weird thing to fap to.
If we go back to the riots, and stuff,
hold on.
Poor guy has a problem.
Coop. Have you ever looked into the Multnomah County DA Mike Schmidt in the Portland area?
I probably have, because all the
You
Chaz
probably have.
Chop
I think
and stuff, yeah.
I think for a fact that you have talked about him, because I remember hearing you mention him at least once. There was one point where there was a guy. His name was Mike Strickland or Matt Strickland, and he was an anti-Antifa YouTuber, and he recorded Antifa regularly. He just showed up, recorded Antifa regularly. He had his pistol that was a sidearm. He had a concealed carry and everything, and he was surrounded by a bunch of people after there was a call for murdering him or killing him, and he pulled his gun out. And a bunch of these people that were there that night had been let out by Mike Schmidt on several other occasions after getting picked up during protests for being violent. And they were let out the next day without charges.
Almost like they were rehired to go out and be in the protest.
Matt Strickland, or Mike Strickland, I can't remember his name, Strickland got pulled in, and he was charged.
He had to go.
He was charged.
You're right.
He was charged with unlawfully brandishing a weapon at people that were seriously trying to kill him, because there were threats on his life. But the DA in Portland still kept the charges going. He is now he spent some time in prison, and he can never own a gun for the rest of his life, even though he was protecting his life.
Well,
so in Portland, the DA doesn't give a shit about 2A, doesn't give a shit about protecting your life. He just cares about the optics.
Think about the narrative from that. And the narrative from that is you can't save yourself. Government has to be the one to save you.
Yes.
The best part about that entire situation, the best part about that entire situation, nobody reported on it.
Yes, it's the same argument.
If anybody wants the articles, if anybody wants the videos, because Matt has the videos. If anybody wants the videos, send me an email. seriouslycast@gmail.com. I'll send the videos to you. I'll send all of the articles, all the videos, because I have them.
It's the same thing with cops, and we've seen it numerous time and time again. They want the monopoly on violence. They want to be able to control the narrative with the weaponry and not you.
Yes.
Because what happens when you let a nation full of people be armed like we're supposed to be, it eliminates their jobs 90%
The
of
main
the time.
reason I brought this specific point up was the DA in Multnomah County, which encompasses Portland, Oregon. The DA in Multnomah County doesn't give a shit about the leftists that are breaking the law. He only cares about the right wingers that he disagrees with breaking the law.
Think about this.
And he lets a lot of them out.
The guy
Mike Schmidt. Mike Schmidt is the name. Everybody remember that name. Mike Schmidt is a piece of shit. Mike Schmidt is a George Soros appointed DA too.
So
just
think
like
about
George,
this.
just like George Gascon over here.
A person defending themselves, where they fire, whether they just pull it, whether they actually shoot it.
He didn't shoot. He didn't shoot. He pulled it out. He pulled it out and brandished it.
But this is what
and
I'm
he got labeled. He got labeled as a person that was doing it illegally, but he was doing it 100% legally, and the DA just threw the book at him.
But they aren't useful to the narrative that the state wants to push. He's useful to people that are pro 2A that say he used a gun to defend himself, didn't have to shoot anybody, which is, by the way, the vast majority of defensive gun uses that
There
never
was that
get
mall.
reported on.
There was that mall shooting like a couple of years ago, that the guy had a handgun and the mall was a gun-free zone, and he fucking took the guy out. And
those signs mean nothing. They
people
mean
were
nothing.
demonizing. People were demonizing. People were demonizing that guy afterwards because he had a gun in a gun-free zone.
Yeah, whatever. When it comes to that kind of thing, my protecting me and mine and you and yours is a natural right. Don't say God-given. Natural right. And I don't want anybody to tell me that I can't protect myself in this place or that place. Yeah. So I ignore them.
Yeah.
I fucking ignore them.
Because the
It's
government
like,
doesn't know.
Because DJ, the thing about it is it's shit.
Shit.
Because the thing about it is,
I like DJ. I want him to stay around.
The thing about it is it's not left up to me or anybody else to tell you can or can't protect yourself. That's your intuition, your thought process. I can't tell you not to, and you can't tell me not to.
Like DJ said, that is a natural right.
Yes.
Protecting yourself is a natural right. That's what 2A is. The Second Amendment is.
Yeah, I'll be doing a live read for that very soon. Once I get to 5.
It's essentially saying the Second Amendment essentially says that you have a natural right, God-given right to protect yourself, and that's why you should be allowed to have a gun.
Yes, because guns equalize people. Look, a gun in the hands of a small person versus a big person does the same thing. It don't matter. You have the same amount of power in your hands that smaller person does, and they can't stand it. Now multiply that by 397 million people that suddenly they can't control because we outnumber them. And we're able of eliminating their jobs on a mass scale by just with that gun or guns. That's what they don't like.
It gets even better.
By the way, Anime, welcome back. I hope you finished and you're all cleaned up.
Anime, what's up, bro?
I've been.
You shower, bro.
I'm gonna get a new camera and everything. This.
He had to go take a poop.
System's a little wanky tonight. I don't know.
Bye, Anime. The government hates you.
But see, here's the thing. And Coop,
he's got 2 sheets of Kleenex left. He might as well use them.
I know you'll understand. Well, you all understand, but the thing is, we shouldn't be arguing about taking, simple handguns and stuff away from people in light of what the government has secret from everybody, like tanks, nukes, jets.
But you hit it earlier. The government, whether it's local, federal, or state, wants a monopoly on violence.
Yes.
And that's what it all comes down to.
Biden keeps belching out that we're all going to need our own F-15s if the government were able to come after us. He's said that more than once.
Yeah,
and with the example, Ike, that you were using, I'm going to tie that into what our local version of the Floyd riots, there was one death. And it wasn't even related to the riots kind of thing. There was one shooting, but that was related. Mob in a place, dude protecting his business. His father is outside, yelling and shouting at them, get the fuck out of the way, that kind of thing. In order to protect his dad, who was beginning to be punched and stuff like that, he brandishes his .38. He went the ugly step next, and it really wasn't necessary. And I know this dude because he works in the same district that I spent all those years DJing. And nobody wanted to talk about that. Nobody wanted to talk about, things like brandishing would stop a lot of stuff. You don't have to have a defensive. You don't have to, a gun, firearm defense doesn't have to be with a bullet out the end of it. That's why. But in places like mine, I'll pass it to you in a second. But in my locale, brandishing, I get a charge. I'd get and it's if there's an accumulation of those charges, I lose my rights. And it's like, wait a minute, I just kept somebody from dying, and I made other people maybe think twice about having that behavior in groups or by your damn self. Come correct. Go ahead.
You have that statistic. You're more likely to shoot a person in your own family or somebody that you know with a gun if you own it than to shoot an intruder. But they don't talk about the times that you use that gun and you don't shoot an intruder. You just have it and it prevents the fucking crime. That's never talked about in those statistics.
We see that in court arguments, like when we do streams on oral arguments in gun cases, where the judges only want to account for the times where someone actually fired the gun and hit somebody else in self-defense. They don't want to talk about all the times where someone pulled the gun and presented.
When the gun's there.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
They try to go after.
There's
a line, I think it came in Heller, it was basically all legal uses of a gun, and they just want to go after actual self-defense shootings. And it's this game they play with the language, which completely drives me up a wall, because the vast majority of your self-defense gun uses don't involve someone dying or even the gun getting discharged.
And you know what, Coop? One of the things that bugs me is when you get the person who's just like so anti-gun. Like, if we get rid of guns, it'll be a peaceful society. I want to call bullshit on that.
That's somebody who lived in an apartment and has never gone outside and has no idea.
What I wish that they would do instead of seeing, pause for a second, Ike. What I would wish that they would do instead of saying, if we get rid of guns, everything is solved. How about get rid of violence instead? Because the guns don't create the violence. People create it.
Let's just outlaw violence and let's outlaw crime. Let's do that, and then everybody's going to be in a good fucking position.
I've used this example before. If you think just getting rid of guns solves violence, you've never looked at what happens in a male or a female prison.
Tell that everybody's been stabbed on the bus every single day.
All the assaults. Yeah. All the crime that happens in a prison where they are supposed to be disarmed and they have 24-hour security, there is still massive amounts of violence. So the tool itself isn't the issue. The violent people are the issue.
That's the issue.
I've got a story. That I can't tell on this stream. But if anybody wants to hear it off stream,
I'll tell you what, Mike. I'm going to pull the plug in about 5 minutes. We can go backstage. We'll tell the story there. Whoever's left.
I've got a really good story about how a gun was used to stop something, but I can't talk about it on stream.
Yeah, we'll go backstage.
It's common sense. I mean, the gun doesn't pick itself up and shoot motherfuckers. The common denominator has to be the human being using it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's a finger on the trigger.
I've seen my guns plenty of times, and they can't do anything about it. Either that, or I have the laziest guns on the planet. Because when I'm deer hunting, I have to not only carry him to the woods, I have to climb up in a tree with him. I have to aim him. I have to pull the safety off, and I have to pull the trigger.
So, Coop, I asked somebody once, do guns kill people? And they said yes. I said, I must have some defective guns then.
Yeah. Mine are all freaking really crappy. If that's the
Yeah,
case.
if they're not, if your guns aren't killing people, then they're doing something wrong.
Remember
in their
that?
opinion.
If anybody's old enough to remember Johnny Carson, when there was a character he played. It was this redneck gun-toting dude doing editorial on the news. I forget what his character's name was, but he had this line on there where it said, "Guns don't kill people, bullets do."
Yeah, that was on.
No. That's a wrong statement. That is a wrong statement. Internal bleeding kills people.
I'm just quoting the bit.
Yeah, but that was on.
By the way, anime. If you anime, I don't know if you want to answer what Ting Ting is asking there. How's that?
I'm just having camera and mic issues. I'm probably.
Well, I'm glad you turned the camera off, and then now we don't have to see the fapping.
He's fapping. It's his fapping facility now.
Yeah, the Elgato card cannot handle all that fapping. It's just meant to handle video game processing.
Oh man. Yeah, it's been one fantastic conversation, though, man.
Good stream.
I'm glad I got to get on tonight for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, everybody wants to hang out backstage for a little bit. Let's do that. And I want to hear Ike's story about that.
Yeah, I'm going to tell I'm going to tell this story when we get backstage.
Okay, so everybody else, thanks for coming in. Appreciate you. Hit that like button, would you please? We picked up some new subs in the last couple of weeks.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Hit that sub and hit that notification bell. Follow me over on Rumble, Big Angry Phil podcast. On the Twitters at the Big Angry Phil, on the Instagram, Big Angry Phil. I streamed on both of those today as well, so we got a little more traffic today in here. And we'll do this again next Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Pacific time. Okay.
Thursday.
SWF,
Thursday.
yes. Yeah, Thursday, a brand new single white female, otherwise known as.
That's what I was thinking. Anytime I see that.
Now, is Thursday going to be the big Bob's Room match? Is that going to happen?
No, Thursday's going to be the Bob's Room match. Yes.
Okay. What time is that? What time is that happening?
We start at 7:15, but if Trump's speaking at the RNC, we're going to go after that.
And that's Pacific
More
time,
than likely,
right?
if Trump
West Coast
speaks, I'll
time?
be running that on mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do it during Trump's
7:15.
speech.
It's 7:15. Actually, fuck it. Well, if Trump's speaking at 7:15 Pacific, we'll fucking just run the show anyway. So if anybody wants to just not watch Trump's speech or Coop's channel, come over to my channel and watch the SWF.
All right.
So
many choices.
For gaming and everything.
Anime's gonna be gaming. God damn, it's too much shit going on. Thursday.
Wait. Is it
as well?
Is it GAYMING gay mean?
He's just a chronic masturbator. He's not a homo.
You can take that any way you wish, Ike. You can
I'm just asking for a friend.
There's him and
I'll be sure to blow up an inflatable chair full of dildos for you.
Phil, in the stream soon, so I don't interrupt anybody.
And what he
else.
just means is he's going to blow all the
Good
dildos.
Lord.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
door next to your inflatable lady.
Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. I should have stuffed all those animals on my ass. Jesus Christ.
That's Mr. Slave from South Park. You fucking dildos.
They were only
Christ.
Jesus Christ. All right, everybody. I'll see. Pop over to Ike's on Thursday, 7:15 Pacific, and we'll see you guys again right back here next Tuesday,
Later,
9
guys.
p.m. Pacific. Okay, everybody, take care. I'll see you later. Bye.
see you later.
Okay.